Good morning and welcome. My name is Basha Goldwater, and I am the Symposium Editor for the 36th volume of the Fordham Intellectual Property, Media, and Entertainment Law Journal. We're thrilled to have you here for our annual symposium. Today's event invites us to consider what it really means to own something in a world where ideas move instantly, technology evolves faster than regulation, and industries are constantly redefining themselves. Today gives us the opportunity to reflect on the boundaries being pushed, how institutions are or are not adapting, and what we can expect for the future. What makes today especially meaningful is the range of perspectives in the room. We're bringing together scholars who shape these debates through their research and practitioners who confront these issues every day in their work. Across discussions of journalism and free press, sports and licensing, artificial intelligence and music, and fashion and trademarks, this program bridges theory and practice at a critical moment of change. I'm truly excited for the conversations ahead and for the opportunity to learn from our esteemed panelists. Please take a look through your program or scan the digital code that will be on the slides to review today's schedule and information about our speakers. Before we begin, I'd like to extend a huge thank you first to our incredible editor-in-chief, Sophie Ashley, and managing editor, Daniela Camacho, for their commitment to help plan this event. I'm lucky to call them both great friends and colleagues, and I'm appreciative to have had their support and leadership throughout this process. To the wonderful Symposium Committee for their hard work and dedication throughout the year. To Dean Lezebnik, our faculty advisor, for all of his guidance. To Dean Landau for supporting our work in the journal and for being here today. To the Fordham offices of Public Programming and CLE, Sponsorship, Alumni Relations, and Media Services who were invaluable throughout this process. Special thanks to Chanel Holly and Morgan Benedict who were tremendously attentive during the preparation and execution of this event. To all of the impressive panelists and moderators for sharing their time and energy and expertise with us. To our symposium sponsor, Paul Weiss, Rifkin, Wharton, and Garrison, and to our panel 3 sponsor, Seyfarth Shaw, for their generous support. And of course, to all of you for taking the time to be with us today. Whether you are in person or on Zoom, we appreciate your attendance and engagement. Now, I'll turn it over to Sophie to share a few words.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sophie Ashley, the editor-in-chief of the IPLJ's 36th volume, and it is my privilege to welcome you all to the 33rd IPLJ Symposium. Thank you all again for joining us today. For over 30 years, the IPLJ has been at the forefront of conversations about trademark, copyright and patent law, freedom of speech, and technological innovation. In today's world, ownership and protection of our rights are more complex than ever. The constantly changing landscape for IP law helped inspire this year's symposium theme, the meaning of ownership, rethinking intellectual property, creativity, and control in the age of innovation. I'm thrilled to share that our second book features 3 articles that each correlate to one of today's panels, and that an author of each piece is here to speak with us today. This symposium would not be possible without the tireless efforts of our symposium editor, Basha Goldwater. Basha's leadership and vision were essential to orchestrating and delivering this event. We are all extremely lucky to work with her and experience the program that she has put together today. Basha was assisted by our symposium committee made up of 2L staff members who've also dedicated their time over the last 2 semesters to organize this event. A huge thank you goes out to Jesse Lopez-Gray, Judy Kim, Kelly DeLuccio, Federico Gutierrez-Velez, Edward Jagannath, Kobe Stenzel, and Kate Robinson, as well as Natalia Pat. Your hard work and dedication to the journal does not go unnoticed. This gratitude also extends to our writing and research editors, Adriana Kelly and Rachel Brumer, who helped define the pieces making up our symposium book, as well as our faculty advisor, Dean Ron Lezebnik, who helped to guide us through the process. I also want to take this opportunity to thank all of our panelists, as well as our moderators, Dean Lezebnik, Professor Susan Scafidi, Kate Robinson, and Lindsay Pretzman. I would like to extend my gratitude specifically to panelists Dr. Douglas Lind, Dr. Emma Best, and Professor Matthew Schaefer for not only their participation in today's symposium, but also their contributions to our symposium book. Their work, along with that of their co-authors, Professor Adrian Hulse and Dr. Kyer Dane-Latinen, helped to shape the symposium's theme and direction. I encourage everyone to scan the QR codes in your agenda and read their amazing pieces. A third possibility, the press clause at the founding, leveling the playing field, the ACC's settlement with FSU and Clemson, and from player piano to generative AI, artificial expression and the law of copyright. Last but certainly not least, I would like to thank our symposium sponsor, Paul Weiss, and our third panel sponsor, Seyfarth Shah. This event would not have been possible without your generous support. We're thrilled to have Dean Landau here today with us, and I'll step down to let him have a few words.
Thanks so much. Thanks for that. Welcome, everybody. Welcome back to Fordham Law School. It is such a thrill to have all of you here for the 33rd Annual Symposium of the IPLJ. I also want to thank all the people who've brought us together today. Our symposium editor, Basha Goldwater, our editor-in-chief, Sophie, Ashley, you just heard from, managing editor, Daniela Camacho, and the entire symposium committee. Planning a conference of this magnitude with this many different moving parts, it seems easy because it's so seamless the way you all do this, but it's not. It's really no small feat. A ton of work goes into it, and we know that. We know how much work all of you are doing to make this possible. We know how much thought goes into the planning of the panels, to the corralling of the people. You think so carefully about how to organize a conversation that will be robust, that will be comprehensive, and that will really help move the conversation. That's what we care about at Fordham Law School. It's something that we do so well. The IPLJ's legacy of excellence is reflected here, and I'm really grateful, again, for all of that work. I also want to thank the Public Programming and CLE Office for everything they've done to make this possible. Also our sponsors, Paul Weiss and Seyfarth Shah, and of course, all of you who are here, our students, our incredible alumni who are here today, the scholars and practitioners who are here to share their wisdom. The meaning of ownership, which is the concept that we're getting into today, is timely, it's essential as we live through this technological revolution. Things from artificial intelligence to global e-commerce, these are challenging concepts of creativity and concepts of control. And we get to be part of that definition and that redefinition. As I said before, Fordham has always been a leader in these conversations. But what's critical about moments like this and events like this is that it clues us into the way that lawyers, and I think Fordham lawyers in particular, are not only going to understand these evolving legal changes, but to help shape them, to help direct them, and to live by our mission at Fordham to continue to expand the fold, to open doors, and to think clearly and effectively about how we can create positive change with these incredibly powerful degrees that we hold in our hands when we leave this institution. Of course, we leave this institution and we come back to this institution. That coming back to this institution is an incredibly important part of what makes Fordham unique and special. I want to thank Jack Ford for being here today. I want to thank Amanda Slayton. I want to thank Lindsay Prutzman, who herself is a former IPLJ Symposium editor. Especially nice to have you here and to have all these wonderful alumni here. That success reinforces the strength of the Fordham family. We stick together, we lift each other up, and I'm so proud that we have so many wonderful people participating. We have Kate Bolger, Matthew Schaefer, who are esteemed adjunct faculty. Associate Dean Ron Lezebnik's name has already come up a million times, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention him as well. And of course, Professor Susan Scafidi, who's a true pioneer in the field of fashion law. So with that, I just want to thank you all for bringing your unique perspectives to the table today. Thank you for being part of this community and this important day. And I will now turn things back over to you, Basha.
Thank you, Dean Landau, for being here today and for your kind words. Before getting into some logistics, I'd like to quickly flag that immediately after the event, the Journal will be hosting our annual reception. So please join us at Tanner Smith's Bar at 55th and 7th Avenue from 5 to 8 p.m. We will have drinks and hors d'oeuvres and would love for you to join us to celebrate the year of the journal. So now into it. You should have received an email with a copy of the agenda and additional materials. Attorneys, to receive CLE credit, the affidavit and evaluation forms must be filled in within 30 days of the event. Upon completion, the forms will be automatically emailed to the Fordham Law Events team. Please note that you must arrive on time for each panel in order to receive the full CLE credit. At the beginning of each panel, I'll read the CLE code twice, so please write it down for your records. We'll have time at the end of each panel for questions. Remote attendees, you'll be able to submit questions through the Q&A feature located at the bottom of your screens, and a member of our team will read them out. For our in-person audience, we kindly ask that you hold your questions until the end when prompted. Without further ado, I am honored to introduce our first panel, The Right to Know, Journalism, Publicity, and Judicial Transparency. The CLE code for panel 1 is YTN26. Again, that is YTN26. Joining us for this panel is Kate Bolger presenting on defamation as a political tool, Jack Ford discussing free press versus fair trial, the ongoing conflict over cameras in the courtroom, and Matthew Schaefer presenting Fortifying the Fourth Estate, Legal Frameworks for Press Freedom in connection with his recently published paper. Each speaker will be giving their individual presentations, followed by a group discussion. Thank you all. I'll pass it over to Kate.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kate Bolger. I'm a media lawyer here in New York City. I'm at exactly the age where I can not read without glasses, but I also can't see you if I wear them. So forgive me if today is a smorgasbord of me putting up and down my glasses. This too will happen to you when you are a lawyer for a long time. So I'm going to talk to you today a little bit about a rising trend in defamation law. That's a little disturbing, and it involves public figures using the tort of defamation as a political tool, either to silence a speaker or to exact some kind of revenge. And there's been a substantial uptick in it. We're going to talk a little bit about what's happened over the last several years. So let's start, obviously, where every defamation discussion should start, in the Star Chamber. The tort of defamation was actually created by Henry VIII to silence his political enemies. And it was always a tort that was prosecuted in the Star Chamber. And if you defame someone, you got your hand cut off. So I guess things are better. I put this up on the slide. This is a quote from Othello. Again, you should always start legal discussions with Shakespeare. Good name in man and woman, dear my lord, is the immediate jewel of their souls. Who steals my purse, steals trash. 'Tis something, nothing, 'twas mine, 'twas his, and has been slave to thousands. But he that filches for me my good name robs me of that which not enriches him and makes me poor indeed. Every single time a judge tells you that in a courtroom, you are going to lose if you are a defense lawyer who defends defamation cases. What I think is super interesting about this, by the way, is that it isn't actually Othello who says that. It's Iago who says that. The greatest villain in the history of the English language is the person who says this. I tried that with the judge yet. He said, very interesting, Miss Bolger, but you still lose. So it didn't work out for me. In any event, the theory of defamation law is that, and my little seesaw there is just to remind you that the defamation law was always supposed to mark this balance between free speech rights on the one hand and reputational harm on the other hand. And we in America have been trying to figure out this balance for as long as we've had the tort of defamation. Reputational harm is an element of the claim of defamation, right? So the plaintiff has an obligation to establish that they've suffered reputational harm. But in defamation per se cases, which is a particular kind of defamation, damages are presumed in the amount of $1. So all the plaintiff has to do is say, yeah, you damaged me, and they get past a motion to dismiss, right? You can't move to dismiss if there's a presumptive damage. In other jurisdictions other than New York, damages are presumed for all kinds of defamation. Notably, the one exception is Florida, which I'll talk about in a second, which actually doesn't presume damages when there's a media defendant. But the long story short is reputational harm, while an element of the claim, doesn't give the defendant a way out. You can't say at the pleading stage, hey, you suffered no harm, so you shouldn't be allowed to bring this claim because of the presumption of damages. And as a result of that, there's been a bit of a sea change. We went from Iago, right, whispering in Othello's ear, with this careful balancing between free speech rights and not free speech rights, to our current defamation climate. And I blame Hulk Hogan. Now, as many of you know, Hulk Hogan sued Gawker, not for defamation, but for a privacy claim, for publishing a 1-second snippet of a sex tape. It's a much longer story. It's definitely the kind best told over beer. But the long story is that there was a privacy claim brought in Florida state court against Gawker, the late lamented Gawker, for publishing a snippet of this sex tape about Hulk Hogan. He won an incredible verdict. He won a $140 million verdict, and that shut down Gawker. Gawker was had to cease to operate because they declared bankruptcy, and to come out of bankruptcy, they had to agree to shut down the website. An incredible loss. If anybody ever has a moment to just read something hysterically funny, read the Gawker essay about eating lunch at the American Girl store. It's one of the funniest things ever written. In any event, I digress. So what's relevant about the Hulk Hogan case is two things. One, I can't leave the podium. One is that there was this massive verdict, right? $140 million, which makes people think, hey, there's money in this, right? And two, the other thing that's fascinating about it to the assembled populace is that it was never really driven by Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan had a secret funder, Peter Thiel, a billionaire. Peter Thiel was angry at Gawker because Gawker had outed him. Not a great thing to do, but Gawker had outed him. He was angry at Gawker, and he funded this lawsuit with the specific intent of shutting down the website, right? So, good idea here, right? You get a lot of money, and you might be able to silence a speaker. And since the Hogan decision, there have been a substantial uptick in lawsuits brought for a heck of a lot of money, and often for a political purpose. So I'm going to show you just a couple of them and then kind of hopefully think of some things we could do to stop them. So this is a gentleman by Dan Bongino, named Dan Bongino. At the time, he was a radio host. Because it's 2026, he was briefly the second in command of the FBI, but he left. And this is his lawsuit against the Daily Beast for saying that he had been on an NRA show. I don't know if you knew this, but there was briefly NRA TV, and NRA TV canceled Bongino's show, according to the article. So he sued for defamation. And here's what he said. He said, Daily Beast is a digital assassin and controlled by billionaire Clinton devotees Barry Diller and Diane von Furstenberg, right? So first paragraph of his complaint saying this is a political actor. So if you, it's paragraph C, 12C says Daily Beast harbored extreme bias, ill will, and desire to hurt plaintiff because of plaintiff's support for President Trump and because of plaintiff's conservative ideology. In other words, he's claiming that he's been harmed for the because Daily Beast doesn't agree with him. That's not enough. He seeks $10 million in compensatory damages, $10 million for commercial disparagement. Again, a newspaper is not commercial, and $10 million plus attorney's fees for an obscure Florida statute, right? So he's bringing a lawsuit for a political purpose and seeking $30 million in fees with no real articulated damage. That case was actually dismissed, so that's the good news. That was 2019. In 2020, Professor Dershowitz sued. Sorry. So Professor Dershowitz sued CNN because Professor Dershowitz had said some things on the floor of the United States Senate in support of President Trump during the first impeachment trial. By the way, just as a historical annotation, that was in January of 2020. When you look back at the reporting on that first impeachment trial in January 2020, everybody is saying this is going to be the biggest story of the year, which is amazing if you think about what happened in March of 2020, right? We think about the amazing how much we have processed as a nation in the last several years is staggering. But in any event, so Dershowitz on the floor of the United States Senate made an argument, and CNN had 3 or 4 commentators who mocked him for making that argument. Fully said, this is outrageous, this is outrageous. So he sued for defamation. So now take a minute and think about that. A lawyer on the floor of the United States Senate sues for defamation because people make fun of him. Can you imagine any more governmental speech, any more core American speech than the speech you make on the floor of Congress, right? This is stuff that's right in the wheelhouse of what we think is protected in this country. This isn't fringe stuff. There's no obscenity. There's no hateful words. This is the stuff we care about as a country. Mr. Dershowitz sued for defamation. And he said the reason he brought the lawsuit was, this is his complaint, paragraph 14, he was defamed because he chose to defend the President of the United States and defend the US Constitution at a moment in time where CNN had decided that doing so was not permitted. For this, CNN set out to punish him and destroy his credibility and reputation, and unfortunately succeeded. This was before the pierogies, by the way. So for this slight on the floor of the United States Congress, doing core governmental speech, he sought $300 million in damages. Right? Just 2 years later, when the world was thinking about QAnon and other such things, General Michael Flynn and his family posted a video of themselves in Martha's Vineyard by their beautiful fire, not Martha's Vineyard, Newport, not relevant, but it's one of those 2 places, by their beautiful fire in their beautiful backyard, saying, God bless America, and ending with the phrase, where we go one, where we go all. I don't know how hip you all to your QAnon jargon, but that is the sort of foundational QAnon phrase. So CNN did a report saying that they had taken a QAnon oath, and they sued for defamation. And here is the first few lines of their complaint. CNN is a Democratic Party trumpet. CNN recruits, hires, and promotes journalists who share its extreme ideology and political viewpoint. CNN harbors an institutional animosity, hostility, hatred, extreme bias, spite, and ill will towards the Flynn family, and in particular, General Flynn, not a plaintiff. This animosity, bias, prejudice, and desire to harm motivated CNN to publish the intentional false statements at issue. Hold on one second. CNN uses its broadcast and publishing empire, political influence, and international reach to attack General Flynn and his family at each opportunity, and to sow distrust, the seeds of distrust in the minds of the voting public about General Flynn. In other words, this is a political motive, right? But they just think they seek $100 million plus interest and other things, right? Massive judgments, massive dollar signs for political speech. The idea of that, of course, is to hobble CNN, right? CNN can't report if they have to pay $100 million. If you strike it lucky with the jury, like Hulk Hogan did, then you're going to have the opportunity to shutter a speaker with whom you disagree. Here's a very recent one, which is Laura Loomer. Laura Loomer sued Bill Maher. Bill Maher made a joke about the fact that she had been seen frequently with the president. And like many actually other comics at the time, he said that he gave a whole speech. He thought maybe she was fucking President Trump. Sorry for cursing, but I'm a First Amendment lawyer, kind of obligated to do that. In her complaint, Loomer says, not just that HBO is biased, but that I am. So I was the lawyer who responded to the claim letter. So here's what he said. Ms. Loomer, through her undersigned, had asked that the statement be taken down, but a leftist Democrat anti-Trump counsel for defendants, Davis Wright Tremaine LLP, Catherine M. Bolger, that's what my father and nuns call me, and her partners refused to do so, and instead viciously and callously threatened her with an anti-SLAPP fee application. Ms. Bolger's law firm, Davis Wright Tremaine, is not coincidentally comprised of other partisan leftist Democratic anti-Trump partners. such as Laura Handman, Elizabeth McNamara, Rachel Strom, all of whom support and have donated heavily to Democratic politicians and anti-Trump causes. This collective Democratic leftist anti-Trump bias and agenda of the defendants and their law firm, who facilitate further and compound the defamatory conduct as alleged herein, is further evidence of constitutional malice, right? Later on, Ms. Loomer goes on to allege that she wants to come back on Bill Maher's show, and says defendants arrogantly refused, underscoring their malicious intention to harm plaintiff and to seek to influence with their unlawful actions the 2024 presidential campaign by also defaming President Trump, who defendants loathe, if not hate outright. This malicious hate was then projected onto Ms. Loomer as an improper vehicle to harm President Trump's presidential campaign, right? Just reminding you, the tort of defamation is about the deepest beauty of your soul, right? This is not a tort that's supposed to be about politics. This is supposed to be a tort about personhood. We have gone very far away from he who steals my purse steals trash. Okay, so there's two hopeful things, and then it all goes to hell again. So there have been two decisions recently that are helpful in thinking these through. One is this case brought by Arpaio. I put up this slide to say that he's an American legend to some, and he's definitely not an American legend to others. But he had made the argument that that because the publication, that issue, which was, by the way, Rolling Stone, was a leftist entity and was full of leftist enmity for him, he should be allowed to proceed into discovery. And the court said, no, that's ridiculous. Allegations of leftist enmity cannot trump the First Amendment. And in the Dershowitz case, in which Mr. Dershowitz made the similar arguments that CNN was a leftist entity and was doing this to get at Trump, the court actually sua sponte struck those allegations from the complaint and said, no, we don't have any reason to be talking about politics here. This is a defamation case. Now, I should contrast this with the Palin decision in the Second Circuit, which I should have put up on a slide, but it's a little grimmer. In the Palin case, the judges actually allow a case to go forward when they say that the editor had a political motivation. So I'm not sure it's that different, right? A political motivation or a political enmity. So I'm not sure these cases will hold, but for the moment, we seem to be holding the line at the courts finding these kind of allegations a little bit distasteful. But the beat goes on because of the president, right? Who, and this is his tweet, which I will show you, the fake news media, the failing NY Times, NBC News, ABC, CBS, and CNN, is not my enemy. It's the enemy of the American people. And one way he's made that clear is to bring a lot of lawsuits lately. I don't have to go through all of them. I'm probably running out of time. But long story short, there have been a huge uptick in lawsuits brought by the president. Now, to be clear, of all of these, the only two that were actually brought when he was president are the bottom two. The others were brought before he was president, but he has now brought the two of them. And then there's one other, which is the lawsuit the president brought against the New York Times and Penguin Random House for reporting on his finances before he was the president and during the time of The Apprentice. And here's what he begins. There was a time long ago when the New York Times was considered the newspaper of record. Those halcyon days have passed. The Times has betrayed their journalistic ideas of honesty, objectivity, and accuracy. Today, the Times is a full-throated mouthpiece of the Democratic Party. And it goes on from there, right? Later on, they say to hastily churn out the book of articles before the presidential election, with them appealing as crude works of paparazzi rather than public interest reports, defendants chose politics over truths. Defendants could not accept President Trump's win in 2016 and could not fathom his winning again by a landslide, which is what the American people chose to make a reality. Hence, defendants' desperate need to defame with a partisan spear rather than report with an authentic looking glass. And this is just my favorite paragraph. To try and maliciously tear down President Trump's worldwide reputation for success, the defendants decided to confront head-on what remains to this day one of the president's most well-known successes, in addition to his decades of magnificent real estate achievements, winning the presidency and then winning the presidency again, his remarkable performance as the star of The Apprentice. Thanks to solely to President Trump's sui generis charisma and unique business acumen, The Apprentice generated hundreds of millions of dollars, right? Then the final paragraph, The Apprentice represented the cultural magnitude of President Trump's singular brilliance, which captured the zeitgeist of our time, right? Again, purely political, and in this case, kind of creepy political, in my opinion. In any event, sua sponte, the court in the Trump case dismissed the complaint. And he did so by saying, even the most generous and lenient application of Rule 8, the complaint is decidedly improper and permissible. The pleader initially alleges an electoral victory by President Trump in historic fashion and alludes to persistent election interference. Then he goes on and on and on. The complaint continues with allegations in defense of President Trump's father, an acquisition of Trump's wealth, with a protracted list of many properties owned, deployed, or managed. Going on and on and on. And finally, the court says, even assuming that each allegation in the complaint is true, and of course, that's for the jury to decide, it's not pertinent here. And says, essentially, go back and plead a complaint. Don't give me this kind of screed, right? Now, that's cases proceeding, but I'm using it again to highlight that we have shifted the tort of defamation from a tort of defamation seeking to vindicate a reputational harm to a lawsuit seeking billions of dollars to hobble a speaker with whom you disagree. So what do we do? And the answer to that, I don't know. And I'm pretty nervous about it. So here's some things I think are important. I think maybe we start thinking about trying to make aggressive motions about damages, that these kind of damages should be stricken or they're too high or the plaintiff should be required to put forth some evidence about damages. I think maybe we should be aggressive about seeking to disclose whether there are litigation funders like Peter Thiel. We know there was one in the Dershowitz case, but like Peter Thiel. I think we should probably enact SLAPP suits, which is a whole other conversation, which are statutes that provide a quick mechanism to get rid of defamation cases. And I think very importantly, and I will just loop into your theory about meaning of ownership, is we have to keep fighting, right? That ownership of these types of organizations, ownership of media entities at this point means that you have to fight against these incursions into what we believe to be our core communicative values as Americans. So I think I'm done. I think I did it in time, I hope. And with that, I think, I'm not sure who's next, but I'm gonna go ahead and have a seat.
Good morning to all of you. I'm Jack Ford. I want to thank Basha and Sophie and the entire committee for inviting me to come back here. I have a particular fondness for this place. I graduated from the law school. I had the pleasure of being an adjunct professor here for several years, teaching trial advocacy, and I had the great honor of being a commencement speaker for the law school some years back. So anytime I have an opportunity to come back here, it's always a delight. So what I'm going to do is talk about, and Kate, thank you for your talk, because I found it really informative and a lot of fun to listen to you. So thank you. So I wanted to talk about the notion of cameras in a courtroom. And it's something that I've dealt with throughout both of my careers. So I began as a trial lawyer, graduated from here. I became a prosecutor in New Jersey, went into private practice. I was a trial lawyer. I tried everything from antitrust cases to defending death penalty cases. And from there, I transitioned, sort of an accidental second career, into television news, television journalism, which I've done now for nearly 35 years. In the beginning of that career, I was primarily a legal correspondent. So I had been involved with cameras in courtrooms where cases that I had tried, high-profile cases, and then clearly chronicling over the last 30-some years just about every one of the major cases or trials that came along. So it's something that I've been very deeply involved with for a very long period of time. I teach an undergraduate seminar at Yale. I have for the last 20 years about trials of the 20th century. And one of the threads woven through many of those trials is the idea of cameras in the courtroom. So I've given it a lot of thought, a lot of study. And I go back to the notion that we have always been fascinated by what happens inside courtrooms. Throughout our history, you can go back You go back as far as 399 BC in the trial of Socrates, right? Being tried in Athens, charged with impiety, and also charged with having an effect on the character of young Athenian men. And the allegation was that he encouraged them to think and to challenge authority and principles. So Socrates is on trial in front of 500 citizens as a jury, and there were thousands of citizens massed outside of that trial. And you had then what was sort of a precursor to what my job was as a legal correspondent. You had runners who would run from the chambers here outside and announce to the massed thousands what was going on inside his trial. So that's when you look back in history, you can see that fascination. If I asked you, you could probably off the top of your head list at least a dozen books and television shows and movies that focused on trials inside of our courtroom. Everything gets inside of our courtroom. You might remember history, Alexis de Tocqueville, French writer and philosopher who traveled throughout the course of this nascent democracy in the 1820s, wrote a book then called Democracy in America. And one of the things he stressed is that even in his the existence of this nation, as he said, every significant issue ended up in a courtroom. So we've seen that. And throughout the course of our time, then the question became, how did we handle what has become a tension and sometimes even an outright conflict between the notion of fair trials and the notion of public trials and the idea of the public having being invested in knowing what happens inside courtrooms? One of the interesting things I found over the years is that when you talk to folks, almost a minuscule proportion of people have ever actually been inside a courtroom. And those that have been, usually it's been municipal court for traffic tickets. And it's clearly the judicial branch of our three branches of government is clearly the most mysterious. Everybody understands what the executive does. Everybody understands what the legislative branch does. But we don't understand what happens inside a courtroom. A survey that fascinated me a couple of years ago, people were being asked questions about the U.S. Supreme Court. 17% of the people who were polled thought that Judge Judy was a member of the United States Supreme Court, which said to me, we have a great deal to do here to educate the populace, to let them know what's going on inside of these courtrooms. And what we've seen throughout the history of trials, and some of you I'm sure have studied it, is we've kind of gone back and forth about the notion of cameras in the courtroom. Obviously, it didn't become a concern until cameras themselves became much more available. We had still cameras early on, then we got into the era of television cameras, and we had particular cases that highlighted these, if you will. So you go back to the Charles Lindbergh, the trial of the kidnapping of his young son. Trial took place in the 1930s in New Jersey. And if you remember the story, Lindbergh at the time was the most famous man on the planet, the most respected man on the planet. Historians have written that when the child was kidnapped and ultimately they discovered just months later the child had died during the course of the kidnapping, the nation felt like it had been violated in some fashion. That's what the connection that we had to Charles Lindbergh. And the trial became astonishing. In this little town of Flemington, New Jersey, where it was tried, a little farm town, on one Sunday, some 50,000 visitors passed through because they wanted to see the trial where this was taking place. They set up facilities for media that would have been sufficient for a city of 1 million people. It was described as a carnival. It was. They were selling things outside of the courthouse. People sold replicas, little tiny ladders that were supposed to represent the ladder that the kidnapper used. People were selling locks of hair that were claimed to have come from the poor dead child. It was a carnival. Inside the courtroom was different. Yet still something that would be foreign to us today if we looked at it. Charles Lindbergh sitting right next to the jurors. Charles Lindbergh, during jury selection, by the way, showing up to sit next to the jurors, carrying a gun. He was Charles Lindbergh. He was allowed to do that. You had a prosecutor who had never tried a case in his life but this was the biggest case in the world at the time. And you did have cameras. And what happened inside of that courtroom really pushed back on the notion of cameras in the courtroom for decades. You had still cameras, judge allowed it, but didn't allow them to shoot the judge. By the way, the jurors were all photographed and interviewed nearly 40 times during the trial. The judge allowed what they called a movie camera at the time. It was for television cameras, but if you might remember the sort of the videos, the movies that were shown before feature films in theaters, and it would be showing all what's going on around the world. And the judge allowed that, but the restriction was they couldn't then publish them until after the trial was completed. Well, they violated that very quickly, not surprisingly. So the judge shut it down, but what he didn't know is there was a bootleg camera up in the balcony in this courtroom. So when this trial was over, the Lindbergh case was over, there was a reaction, a backlash to the notion of cameras in the courtroom. Curiously, the primary push came from the American Bar Association, which promulgated a rule that saying cameras should not be allowed in courtrooms, in trials. And that lasted for decades, and then it began to be eroded over a period of time. And then all of a sudden, you've got cameras back in to tell the stories. And the next case that popped up that interfered with that was the Dr. Sam Shepard trial. Some of you might remember this took place in Cleveland in the 1950s, was essentially the model for the TV series The Fugitive. Any of you remember The Fugitive? Let me see The Fugitive. Fugitive, one of the most popular television series in the history of television here. Had a movie done afterwards, Harrison Ford, Tommy Lee Jones. And it was a case that generated, again, enormous, initially local attention and then national attention. And it also generated a US Supreme Court case, Shepard versus Maxwell, which continues to exist today, which looked at the extraordinary press coverage of this case and basically reversed the conviction because of that and set rules for what should happen inside a courtroom. Didn't ban cameras, but told the judges, you have the power to do things inside of your courtroom. Again, so at a period of time from the 50s, then we moved on and we saw more and more with technological advances. We saw more and more cameras being introduced and video being introduced. And then we got to the O.J. Simpson case. I spent 9 months of my life in that courtroom. I was the NBC News chief legal correspondent at the time. In and out of that courtroom, I knew a lot of the participants beforehand, and my anticipation was, and I actually said this on the air before the trial to show how wrong we can often be. I said on the air, I know some of these lawyers. I've covered cases where the prosecutor was involved, where the judge was involved, and I fully anticipate that this is going to be a fascinating case that in the end, regardless of what the verdict is, we'll be able to say, we're proud of this justice system. Could you be any more wrong? And interestingly, people talked about, once again, the carnival atmosphere. Outside of the courthouse, in the O.J. Simpson trial, it was a carnival atmosphere. Inside the courthouse, not within the well, but outside, journalists and public, it was strictly enforced. There was nothing close to a carnival. But what happened was inside the well. And how I've talked about this, I found that my sense was that the lawyers got involved in kind of a sense of legal bungee jumping. They were just going to go as far as they could until the judge pulled them back. And unfortunately, and I had talked with Judge Ito about this in his chambers before the trial. And unfortunately, he trusted the lawyers until he realized he sort of mistrusted. Good lawyers, but they indeed realized the cameras were there. This was a career-making trial for some people, an enhancing trial for others. And indeed, what happened there was beyond what it should have happened inside of a court. I've often said people ask me about the verdict, and I haven't given my opinion on the verdict. I'm sort of an old school journalist who says, I don't need my opinion. Curiously, I'll talk in journalism schools and I'll say, how about this? When I first started doing television news 35 years ago, if I ever let my opinion seep into my reporting, I'd be pulled off the air. A little different now, but things have changed, obviously. But with the O.J. Simpson trial and people blaming the cameras for that verdict, and I think that's unfortunate because it's wrong, but there was an aspect to the cameras there. I think that had an impact on people's perceptions. And what I would say to people afterwards is that that trial is not what trials look like, sound like, feel like throughout the course of our system. It was an outlier. But because so many people watched it, 150 million people watched the verdict live. That's beyond Super Bowl numbers, right? How many of you watched any part of OJ, the trial? Good. Thank you. When I first started teaching up at Yale, I said 20 years ago, and it's one of my trials that we do, and I would routinely say, do you remember where you were when the verdict happened? And you know, they were maybe 13 years old, they were in 8th grade. And then I hit a year where I said, do you remember where you were? And a young woman put up her hand and she says, yes, I was in utero. And I thought, oh dear, I've gotten older here. But all of this sort of set the stage for the ups and downs that we've seen with regard to the notion of cameras in the courtroom and their value in the courtroom. And we're at a point now, and I want to talk about a little bit about both state courts and federal courts. We're at a point now where almost every state court allows some form of cameras in the courtroom. But we're also at a point where no federal courts allow cameras in the courtroom. There have been some pilot programs, and some of them came away with some encouraging suggestions for cameras in the courtroom. But from on high, they have resisted. The former Justice David Souter famously quoted, if a camera comes into this courtroom, it'll be rolled over my dead body. And that's kind of the attitude we've got. I'll tell you in a minute a conversation that I had with late Justice Antonin Scalia. So we've seen how those have played out. Now, I will say to you, full disclosure, I began as a skeptic. When I was a trial lawyer, I was asked by a number of groups to defend the first death penalty in the Northeast. You might remember in 1972, the US Supreme Court threw out the death penalty, not because it was cruel and unusual punishment, but because it was so arbitrarily imposed. So other states then had the ability to recreate death penalty statutes, but they had to have guidelines now, what they call aggravating factors, mitigating factors. And the first one in the Northeast was actually being tried in New Jersey. And I was representing a young black man who had shot and killed a young white man in a drug deal that went bad. My client had never been in trouble before. And unfortunately, when he did the worst thing you could possibly do, take another person's life. I was convinced to take the case by his mother, who was, she had raised 3 children by herself. I was raised by a single mother, so I had a particular feeling for her. She worked 3 jobs and she couldn't understand how her son was here. So I agreed to take the case. And we had a petition early on for cameras in the courtroom. Everybody wanted in first death penalty case. You know, all the major media outlets were coming there. And my initial reaction for some reason was, I don't think I feel comfortable with cameras there. And eventually I had a conversation with my client's mother. And she had said to me, now, said my client was black, the victim was white. Race was not a factor in it. Somebody yell out that number for me, please, because I, with Kate, can't see back there. How much time do I have left? 5 minutes. Okay. I'm a lawyer and a journalist. 5 minutes is kind of what I need to give you my name and address. So let me speed up a little bit. In any event, race was not going to be an issue. Nobody had alleged it would be. But my client's mother said, and she had this great wisdom for a woman who had no formal education. She said, my son is black and he killed a white man. It's going to somehow play out in this courtroom. And she said, I want the world to see what's happening in this courtroom. I want to be comfortable that anybody who is interested will see it. And I came to believe she was right. And it kind of leads me to a quick look at what we've seen and heard in terms of arguments for, arguments against the cameras in the courtroom and where we are now. So you hear arguments for saying public education, okay? Judge Judy is not a justice of the Supreme Court, so let's teach people how the court system does in fact work. Let them watch. I often said, especially once I started doing journalism, legal journalism, I said, look, people are never going to agree on a verdict. If they were going to agree, there wouldn't have been a need for a trial in the first place. What we need to do to have a justice system that people will be willing to embrace is make sure that somebody who disagrees with a verdict, who says, I would have voted differently, will also say, but I understand. I understand how they got there. Still, I would have voted differently. I understand how they got there. And that's what I've argued, and has been argued, the cameras can do. Also, the notion of accountability inside the courtroom. I was in front of a judge trying this case who had, and he was a friend of mine. I spoke at his retirement, but he had a well-deserved reputation for being a pro-prosecution judge. And yet, when we tried this case, I had never seen him back off as much as he did. And there was not a single instance throughout the course of these week-long trial. And we got to the penalty phase, right? He had confessed before I had gotten involved. So we knew there was probably going to be a conviction, but we knew we were going to be trying the case to save his life in the penalty phase. And it never once in that did I ever see this judge engage in any of the sort of conduct or decisions that I always said, oh, there you go, pro-prosecution decision. So I had firsthand experience with, okay, if you are shining a light, right? What's the expression about the greatest about sunshine, the value of sunshine, the greatest antiseptic? So if you're going to shine a light, maybe it'd have that kind of positive impact on people. And then people understood, the people who watched it understood the death penalty and understand how it happened. That's a significant issue in our society still to understand. Now, you look at what are the opposite arguments, and that is what you have heard primarily from the Supreme Court justices who are essentially, there's a committee, but essentially the ones who are going to make decisions about cameras in the courtroom. And the first one, and again, let me get back to quickly this conversation. I had the pleasure of having dinner with late Justice Antonin Scalia. I was moderating a panel, a television panel we were going to do for PBS, and it was a panel, a couple of different ones, focusing on the Bill of Rights. So I was going to be monitoring that. He was going to be one of my panelists. He had agreed to come on. Our agreement was I don't ask him about any cases, real cases, existing cases, but he could jump in and talk about concepts in the law. And we were having dinner, and we started talking. I said, do you mind if we talk a little bit about the idea of cameras in the court? Because he had spoken publicly many times about it, but I just wanted to have that conversation. I said, tell me why. Why do you have such objection to it? And the first point was, well, it can have an impact on the demeanor inside of the courtroom. And I said, you mean lawyers? And he said, well, primarily, yes, and maybe judges. I said, well, here's the thing. I've been in your courtroom, and I don't think there's much of a risk of lawyers acting out in front and showboating in front of the U.S. Supreme Court. They barely get 30 seconds of their argument out of their mouths before all of a sudden they're being bombarded with questions. And he sort of chuckled and he said, all right, well, maybe you're right. Maybe for our court, yeah, but there are other courts. But I said, don't you have to have some confidence in the trial judges? And he also mentioned the notion of intimidation. And that's a legitimate factor. There are witnesses, and I've seen it, because I tried a couple of other cases that had cameras in the courtroom. There were high-profile cases. And there were one, and here's a perfect illustration. The death penalty case I mentioned to you, where it was my client's mother who convinced me to say yes to the cameras, I knew from the very beginning that if I was going to save his life, I needed his mother to do it on the stand in the penalty phase. And we got to the night before her testimony, and she called me at home, and she said, I'm very worried. And I said, why? She said, I don't think I can get on the stand and say what I need to say to save him, knowing that the cameras were there. So we got into court the next morning, and I stood up, said what I was interested in. The prosecutor said, I have no problem. That's what Mr. Ford wants to do. We delayed for a little while so the media folks, media lawyers could show up and make their argument as to why it's not appropriate. And the resolution by the judge, and we all agreed to, was he said, look, this is essential for this trial. There can be no more essential evidence in a death penalty case. But I understand that this has been televised, and part of the argument was we want to teach people. So what I'm going to do as a judge is I'm going to say she'll get on the stand, she'll be sworn in, and then you shut the cameras down. No more video feed. You can continue with your audio feed, but no more video feed. And that was a reasonable resolution. But it showed that judges can handle things such as a question of intimidation. Routinely, undercover police officers, you don't show them. Victims who don't want to be shown, you don't show them. There are ways to do this. And I had this conversation with Justice Scalia, and he said, yeah, but we shouldn't have to worry about that all the time. And cameras make us worry about that when we're struggling with it. And then he said one thing, and he had said this publicly, and other justices said too. He said, I'll be honest with you, we enjoy, now we're focusing on the Supreme Court, but it can apply to other federal judges. He said, we enjoy our anonymity. He said, I like the being able to sort of go out. You might remember famously that Justice Scalia and Justice Ginsburg would routinely go to the opera together. Certainly, they wouldn't routinely vote on the same side, although they did surprisingly more often than people would think, but they had this friendship, and they would be able to go out in public. Now, today, we recognize that it's become a problem. Unfortunately, it's another offshoot of how tribal and partisan and violent society has become. We've seen instances of justice being stalked. So that's, you can understand that legitimate personal concern, but is that enough to say that the public doesn't get a chance to see and hear? And my pitch to him was, I said, Justice Scalia, I said, my children were young at the time. And I said, why can't they get to watch and listen? Now, nowadays you can, there is an audio feed that goes out from the Supreme Court. But I said, they can watch everything else, elections and inaugurations and debates, but why can't they watch the great issues of their time, issues that'll impact their lives? Why can't they watch that being argued? And there was really no answer. But that is kind of where we are now in the federal courts. So yes, there has always been a bit of a tension between this whole notion of a public trial. Some people will say, well, public doesn't mean for the public. It's a public trial that provides the defendant. So we're not in Star Chamber proceedings. It says people, you can't be buried in a basement, and that's where we're going to try you. But there's also been a lot of jurisprudence that has said, no, public is also important for the public. So we've seen instances of tension. We've seen instances of outright conflict. Usually the system is able to figure it out and make it work. So it's as I said, when you look to where we are now, and you look to this whole idea of, is there a value to showing people what happens? And again, remember, things have changed with technology. Now, when I was trying this one death penalty case, there was a big old camera set up over here. Nowadays, courtrooms are being built with little tiny peepholes, right? And a false wall, so that you can put a camera back there and it doesn't have that impact. Look, you put a camera in front of people, you're going to get a couple of reactions. We've often said that those of us in the media business say the most dangerous place in the world, people say, this country, people say the most dangerous place is the San Andreas Fault in California, that for something happening there. And we've often said the most dangerous place is between a congressperson and a television camera. You don't want to get there with them. But we now have the technology, again, C-SPAN, 24 hours. If you want to, you can watch everything that's happening in Congress, if you want to. Yeah. So the argument has been, why then, with our most mysterious and unrecognized branch of the government, isn't it as important as any of the others that people understand what happens in our courtrooms? My last thought is, I tried a lot of cases. I tried upward of 80 cases over my life. And I've since chronicled just about every major case that has taken place. And what I've learned is there's a majesty to our justice system, and there's a frailty to it. And it's important that both of those be on exhibition if we're going to have a justice system that we can be proud of. And again, as I said, I started off as a skeptic, I've become an apostle. So when you look at that, my argument has always been the value will far exceed any of these concerns, and we can deal with all of these concerns. So, some thoughts about cameras in the courtroom. I don't know if that, quick question before I sit down. How many of you, if you were sitting as judge and there was a petition and it was a case of note, how many of you would say yes to cameras in your courtroom? And no, how many no? Good. We'll all chat later. All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Good morning. How is everybody? Good. Happy, what day is it? Is it Thursday? It's Friday. Oh my goodness. This is not off to a good start. So it's great to be here, especially good to be here with my co-speakers. A brief note about Kate Bolger, a few different things. One, she's the alleged leftist, in case you forgot who Kate Bolger is. But one, I don't think I've ever seen Kate give a talk where she didn't quote Shakespeare. So she's kept her record going. And then two, I have been an associate who works for Kate. I have been a client of Kate's. We co-teach a class here, and we have even been co-defendants together. So we check like all of the boxes. It was a frivolous lawsuit, don't worry. So in any event, it's good to be here. So I want to start with a number, and that number is 57. That is where the United States currently ranks on the recently released World Press Freedom Index. 57th. Romania is 55th. Sierra Leone is 56th. For a country that has long proclaimed itself the world's foremost defender of free expression in the world, that number should make us think twice. And yet, if you have been paying attention to the news this year, maybe it doesn't surprise you. Consider what has happened. In February of last year, the White House banned the Associated Press from the Oval Office and Air Force One, not because the Associated Press had published anything false, not because the Associated Press had committed any crime, but because the Associated Press refused to update its style book to reflect Gulf of America instead of Gulf of Mexico. In July, the Wall Street Journal was banned from the press pool accompanying the president to Scotland because of its reporting on Jeffrey Epstein, the president's longtime friend. In October, journalists were forced to leave the Pentagon rather than agree to onerous new reporting rules that, among other things, may have opened them up to criminal liability. In late 2025 and into this year, as we've seen on TV, ICE and CBP agents repeatedly assaulted journalists in California, Minnesota, and elsewhere. A former CNN reporter was hit multiple times with tear gas canisters. Another reporter was struck in the face with shrapnel from a stun grenade. Another was pepper sprayed in the face while being pinned to the ground in a photograph you may have seen. In January of this year, the Department of Justice executed a pre-dawn search warrant on the home, car, and person of Washington Post reporter Hannah Nadenson. And just weeks ago, drug enforcement agents, it's not clear why them, arrested independent journalist Georgia Fort. Fort was arrested at night at her home with her children as she live streamed it. Don Lemon was also arrested around midnight, despite a federal judge having found no probable cause to arrest either. How did we get here? This is the part of the talk, because I have a 14-month-old at home who's sick, who has made me sick, where I briefly. Traditionally, the relationship between the federal government and the press was governed by what I would call strategic neutrality. This is not to say that the press and the government did not have run-ins, but with some exceptions that I'll discuss, the federal government generally did not systematically pursue reporter sources and work product, did not systematically prosecute journalists for their news gathering, did not systematically target journalists in the field. This was not law, strategic neutrality. There was no statute that required it. It was a norm, a shared understanding between the press and the federal government, however unstated, that a functioning democracy requires a functioning press. Norms, though, are only as durable as the people in power choose to make them. Over the past several decades, and surely today, our collective devotion to that norm has faltered. Start with prosecutions. The Pentagon Papers case, which most people remember as a great victory for press freedom, contained a troubling undercurrent. A majority of the Supreme Court left open the possibility of criminal sanctions being imposed on the press for their news gathering. True, the injunction was lifted, but the door to the prosecution of journalists was left open. Then came Julian Assange. Whatever one thinks of Assange as a journalist or not, his prosecution represented something significant. Reporters Without Borders contended that he would have been the first publisher ever tried in the United States under the Espionage Act. He faced up to 175 years in prison. Now, Don Lemon and Georgia Fort are facing prosecution under a different part of the US Code, a novel use of the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act, a law that most of us, maybe all of us, had never heard of before, and almost surely is unconstitutional as applied to them. Turn to searches and seizures. During the George W. Bush administration, the FBI obtained phone records of reporters at the Associated Press, the Washington Post, and the New York Times. FBI Director Robert Mueller later apologized, but the searches had been done. Then came the Obama administration, and that administration used the Espionage Act to pursue leaks to the media at a pace never before seen. During that administration, the Department of Justice brought charges under the Espionage Act against eight people accused of leaking to the media. Some were sentenced to prison, in one case as many as 35 years. High-ranking generals at the time, two of them who also leaked to the media, were given slaps on the wrist. In one of those prosecutions, the serious ones against the lower-level employees, the government alleged that there was probable cause to believe that Fox News reporter James Rosen, a reporter, had committed a violation of the Espionage Act by receiving classified information from a source. In spring of 2021, 3 news organizations, the Washington Post, CNN, and the New York Times, reported that the Department of Justice had authorized wide-ranging secret demands for phone and email records. It used gags in 2 of those instances to keep the intrusions from the reporters themselves and from the public. And now we have late-night raids on journalists' homes and journalists being arrested for engaging in workaday journalism. Strategic neutrality was always imperfect, and sometimes it was honored in the breach. But it was for many years real enough to constrain behavior. Whatever was left of strategic neutrality a year ago, the current administration has abandoned even the pretense of it. The norm is gone, and when the norm is gone, what remains is the law. The problem is very little law in this country actually protects journalists. With strategic neutrality gone, we need to dramatically reimagine protections for journalism. We need clear statutory guardrails, clear statutory protections, clear standards, and clear deterrence, not norms, not guidelines that an attorney general can rewrite or that a president can do away with an executive order. We need law. Now, one of the objections I've heard many times is that journalists should not have special protections above those of any other citizen. The press is not licensed. Anyone can be a journalist. Why should this particular group of people get rights that ordinary Americans do not have? The objection mistakes the reason for the protection. Press protections are not about the journalists. They're about us, the public. They exist to ensure that citizens in a self-governing democracy have access to the information they need to hold their government accountable. When a reporter's sources dry up because the government can seize her phone records, it is not only the reporter who is harmed, it is the reader, the voter, all of us. To the extent that we care, and there's a real question about whether we ought to care, the founding generation understood this. Now, some in robes in academia have attempted to diminish the role of journalism during the founding. This, in my view, is wrong-headed and ahistorical. Professor Eugene Volokh, for example, has argued that the press in the phrase, or of the press, referred to the printing press, a technology, not to journalism, not the profession that we understand it today. Fine, let's accept that framing for the sake of argument. Let us say that founding era references to freedom of the press were references to technology and not to a profession. That does not end the inquiry, though. We still have to ask, what were people doing with the press in the 1790s? What was the printing press actually being used for? The answer is journalism. Between 1639, when the printing press first got to Cambridge, and 1790, newspapers constituted roughly 80% of all imprints coming off of the printing press. The printing press and newspapers were, for all practical purposes, synonymous. To protect the press was to protect the newspaper. To protect the newspaper was to protect journalism. Consider source protection. In 1777, a guy by the name of William Goddard, he was a printer, was confronted by a radical Whig club demanding that he reveal his source for an article perceived to be critical of the revolution. His response was that he was, in his words, bound in honor not to suffer the secrets of his press to be extorted from him in such a violent way. The governor of Maryland then issued a proclamation in Goddard's favor, censuring the Whig Club. Years later, the Senate summoned another printer, William Duane, to testify and reveal his sources. When senators pressed him, one rose in defense and asked his colleagues with some flair, "While you are straining Duane's muscles and dislocating his joints, what becomes of the grand palladium of American freedom?" Duane refused the questions. He actually went into hiding, the motion to dismiss of the time, I suppose. Public opinion turned against the Senate, and the effort was ultimately abandoned. Consider dissemination of newspapers. In 1767, printer William Wyman complained that postmasters chose their preferred newspapers and were, in his words, eager that none should take any other paper but theirs. Benjamin Franklin, once he became postmaster, ended the practice, believing that the government ought not discriminate among the news media. And when the first Congress convened, it went further. It provided the newspaper industry with a broad and indiscriminate postal subsidy to ensure distribution to the public. Congress did so, in its words, out of fear that without a subsidy, some infringement of liberty of the press might be the consequence. We can go on and on. Consider access to government proceedings. In the earliest days of the House of Representatives downtown here, one member proposed excluding reporters from the floor of the House. Another member objected. The measure was ultimately abandoned, and the objection was made that driving the gentlemen, that is the reporters who are at the foot of the speaker's chair, into the gallery was the first step from driving the public from the House. The founding generation understood the importance of press freedom to the democratic experiment. This is why I find claims that freedom of the press at the founding meant only freedom from prior restraints so unconvincing. Prior restraints disappeared from the American colonies in 1723 after Benjamin Franklin's older brother's newspaper was shut down for a moment. The founders weren't arguing about prior restraints, they were arguing about something much grander. What obligations does a free government have to sustain the conditions of a free press? We need to have those same arguments. In living memory, Congress has, in fact, embraced journalistic-specific protections. The Privacy Protection Act, which you might have heard of in regards to the searches conducted on Hannah Naddenson's home, gives journalists special protection from newsroom searches that is unavailable to ordinary citizens. The Freedom of Information Act provides reduced fees and fee waivers to members of the news media, and discounted postal rates for periodicals remain a vestige of the 1790s. Asking ourselves anew, what obligations does the government have to sustain conditions for a free press is a continuation of this tradition. So what do we need? Luckily, this is a speech at a law school, so I can swing for the fences here. I'll sketch out the outlines of a reform agenda, which maybe will answer Kate's question at the end, what next? But I want to put this agenda on the table, realizing that it is a bit fanciful, as if I loaded up at a buffet with all the desserts. So first, a federal shield law. Right now, there's no federal statutory protection for journal source confidentiality. Nearly all states have some form of this shield law, so we know we can do it. Reporters hailed into federal court or subject to federal investigations have no statutory protection against being compelled to reveal their sources. The result is that a reporter who promises confidentiality cannot actually make good on that promise absent going to jail in a federal matter, with the exception of some common law and constitutional privileges. But we should have a statute. Second, Privacy Protection Act reform. The existing act has significant weaknesses. It does not require disclosure of the existence of the Privacy Protection Act to the poor, busy magistrate judge. It also does not require judges make on-the-record findings that the act has been overcome prior to issuing the warrant. The pre-dawn raid on Hannah Naddenson's home suggests that this gap is not merely theoretical. Judges should be required to make specific, reviewable, factual findings before the search of any journalist is approved. Third, libel reform. New York Times versus Sullivan is under sustained challenge from originalist justices. Justice Thomas has called for reconsidering it, so has Justice Gorsuch. If Sullivan falls, public officials will be able to bring defamation suits against news organizations without proving actual malice. Congress can codify that standard. Jeff Kossoff and I have drafted that statute just so to make it easy for him. It's in the CLE materials. It can also cap damages in cases involving matters of public concern. It should. Fourth, as Kate mentioned, a federal anti-SLAPP statute. Strategic lawsuits against public participation, suits designed not to win, but as Kate has shown convincingly to impose costs and silence critics, are on the rise. Many states have anti-SLAPP laws that allow for early dismissal of fee shifting, so we know we can do it, but there's no federal equivalent. Fifth, Section 1983 reform. Section 1983 allows suits against state and local officials who violate constitutional rights, but there's no equivalent for federal officers. When an ICE agent strikes a journalist with a stun grenade, there's no clear civil damages remedy. Congress should extend Section 1983 liability to federal law enforcement officers and should waive qualified immunity when those officers harm journalists during the course of their news gathering. Sixth, Espionage Act reform. As currently written and interpreted, the Espionage Act can criminalize national security reporting. Indeed, it criminalizes most national security reporting. It has no public interest defense. It has no exception for journalism. Congress should create one, making clear that bona fide news reporting, as distinct from classic espionage, falls outside of the Act's reach. Seventh, legislation requiring press access to certain government facilities. The right of press access varies wildly across jurisdictions and contexts, as we have seen, and is currently subject entirely to executive discretion. We know how to legislate access rights. Congress has done it for members of Congress visiting ICE detention facilities. It can use that as a model to be applied to press access. Finally, a limited defense for reporters to federal indictment where charges arise from conduct in the course of a reporter's good faith news gathering. Congress already provides, and this is true, civil and criminal immunity to people who in good faith donate canned goods. If we can protect canned corn, we can protect good journalism. So let me close where I began. We are ranked 57th in the world of press freedom. We did not get there overnight. We got there through decades of sometimes slow, sometimes quick erosion, each administration pushing a little further than the last, each departure from strategic neutrality normalized just enough to make the next one less surprising. The press freedom we have in this country has never been purely a function of the First Amendment. It has always been a function of the political culture surrounding the First Amendment. The shared understanding, however imperfect, that a government willing to target journalists is a government that has lost its way. I'm afraid that culture no longer exists, not even the pretense of it. Strategic neutrality was never a right. It was not law. It was a shared expectation, but it was also, in the end, a courtesy extended by administrations that understood, however self-interestedly, that targeting the press carried a cost. That understanding is gone. That courtesy has been revoked. Strategic protection, clear, statutory, enforceable, permanent, is what a democracy actually requires. It is what Congress must build again now. Thank you.
Thank you all. Now we'll invite back up our three panelists and Kate Robinson, our moderator. Thank you.
Hi. So first, I'd like to start by thanking you all for your time and your insightful presentations. It was very enjoyable to listen to all of them. We've heard from this panel about the legal framework for protecting press freedom, the strategic use of defamation law, and the continuing debate over cameras in the courtroom. And so for our first question, I'd like to try to bring these concepts together and ask you all, in the age of influencers and social media, who qualifies as the press? Should this category be defined more clearly or left open in order to support press freedom, defamation laws, et cetera? So why don't we start with Jack?
Here's an interesting fact. Again, when I talk in journalism schools, when I first started doing television news, this is towards the mid 1980s, there were 3 networks. That was it. Right? ABC, NBC, CBS. This new cable thing had not yet come along. And essentially, what you got was your news from those 3 established news organizations. They each had a nightly newscast. They each had a morning show. They were starting to develop magazine shows that back then, as opposed to now, actually focused on news stories. And you got them from newspapers. It's fascinating when you look back. There was a time when New York City, not that long ago, had 11 daily newspapers. And many of them had a morning edition and a nightly edition. So identifying who was a journalist was just not very difficult at all. You either worked for one of those entities, news organizations, or you worked for one of the newspapers, or you worked for one of the radio stations. Again, radio was early on the one that provided news and an understanding of the stories, and from my perspective, what was going on inside the courtrooms. My friend and former colleague, Tom Brokaw, who for many years was the chief anchor at NBC News, and he described what has happened in the last decades as the Big Bang Theory in journalism. You went from 3 networks and however many newspapers you had and radio stations to this extraordinary explosion now of platforms. And in terms of how we identify them, and I'm going to, in a moment, yield to you two because you might have a better answer to this. I have a hard time seeing a clear path to how, because identification suggests exclusion. It suggests you are in this category, so yes, you're a journalist. You not so much, and you not at all. Right? And who makes those decisions? Well, I think the reality is, and again, I look forward to hearing from you guys, the reality is the consumer, whoever is consuming that, will make that determination. Can we police it? I don't think so. Would we like to? I do think so. I mean, I've seen so many things that get out there and people believe in the truth of it when it's being put out there by somebody who, when you talk about journalism, you usually talk about some standards and practices. You usually talk about some kind of editing, some kind of fact checking that would give it integrity and would allow somebody to say, okay, all right, I see where this is coming from, and I better understand now. My idea of being a journalist, I often said was, and again, look, there is room for opinion. Always has been in journalism. Thomas Jefferson said, opinion is power. We had newspapers that got started in order to support presidential candidates. Right? So there's always been room for opinion, but the difficulty, from my perspective, has been, well, how are we going to delineate opinion from somebody who theoretically is offering you facts? So, can we police that? I don't think so. Is it troubling? Yes. Can it be terribly damaging? Yes. I've seen things get out there, and I looked at it and I've said, I know that's untrue. I mean, completely untrue. But the danger is that people believe it. So if the consuming public doesn't have the capacity to distinguish between what is true journalism in the sense of, let me tell you the story. Again, my idea was you gather facts, you distill them into an understandable package, and then you get it out there to the consuming public for them to do with it as they wish. But until, and I don't think we can, there's some mechanism to delineate, we just have to count on the consuming public having some ability to recognize what it is they are reading or seeing or hearing. But I think it's a troubling prospect.
I totally agree. I actually think that this is media lawyers line themselves up by age on this particular question. And I'm old for the avoidance of doubt. But I think it's a really difficult question. Here's why it's a difficult question. We set up our law in a way that asks the court to let journalists do journalism and courts do courts, right? We at times say to the judge, the journalist is the professional. You need to let them to have discretion, right? You're asking the court at times to say the journalist decides what's in the public interest, not you, right? You, Your Honor, with all due respect, don't belong here. This professional journalist does.
I'd like to see you make that argument to the judge when you say you don't belong here.
I haven't gone with that as my lead.
Probably a little softer.
A little softer, yeah.
But I like the concept.
But the idea is like, look, Your Honor, there's a job for you. There's a job for this guy. This guy's the expert. You got to let the guy or the gal who's the expert do the work. So because I argue that in court all the time, there's editorial discretion and there's judicial discretion, and this is the ambit of editorial discretion. The idea of some definition of journalist is appealing, right? On some fundamental level, that would make that argument easier. Here's a profession, right? These are people who have editorial guidelines and they have a profession. So there's something about that's a little bit appealing in the felt life of arguing about journalism in court. Having said as much, as a First Amendment person, the idea of drawing lines is a horror, right? It is a slow rolling horror to say that the federal government or any government gets to decide anything about value of speech, right? Some speech is professional, some speech is unprofessional. I hate the idea of the government doing that. That's exactly the kind of thing I don't think the government should be doing. So I agree with you. It's an incredibly problematic question. But the more I've gotten old, and again, old, the thing I think I'm realizing is maybe it's no longer the question we should be focusing on for this reason. If New York Times versus Sullivan holds, the identity of that speaker won't matter, whether it's professional or not professional, right? What will matter is if that speaker is talking about a public official or a public person, they can't say a subjective falsehood, right? And it won't matter if it's you or Joe with his microphone on the street, right? And so that in some senses, maybe it doesn't matter. And just to give an example, and I cannot believe I've forgotten her name. What is the name of the black woman in Minnesota?
Georgia Ford.
Yes, Georgia Ford is fucking amazing. Sorry. She's
Is that a legal term, by the way?
It is. It's actually it's like an enlarged offense. She is amazing. What that woman does is amazing in the community. And if you haven't had the chance to look at her reporting, go look at it. She has been a hallmark of just an amazing voice in that community in this horrible moment in their history. Or look at the woman who filmed George Floyd being beat. We would know nothing. That press release, you should go look it up because it's a whole other conversation about whether racism is involved in the fair report privilege. That's a whole other discussion. But briefly, the police report was like a man was killed on the street by the police. It was only because of that individual woman journalist that we know what happened to George Floyd. And she was just a person on the street. So it's super hard to say that these people shouldn't be protected by the First Amendment, right? So what I think is that maybe we should focus away from who's a journalist and focus more on shoring up Sullivan and the fair report privilege and the concepts of the law that have protected journalists, have protected speech forever, right? So maybe we now focus more on protecting the speech. That's not going to fix the problem of the intentional liar, right? That will never fix the problem of the intentional liar, but it will keep good reporting protected. So that's a very unsatisfying answer, but that's what I think.
So I agree with all of that. I will say, just to add something to the discussion, this is a question that folks like to ponder, and it's a hard question and there aren't great answers. I will tell you how legislatures around the country have answered it, though, and they've come to different conclusions. We invoke laws that define journalists on the basis of whether they are employed by a newspaper, a wire service, a broadcast network, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So those laws exist where the definition of a journalist is exclusionary and it is based on professional affiliation. There are other
sometimes medium. Sorry for interrupting.
No.
Even like the way you communicate.
Yeah, and then there's a second class where legislatures have decided to legislate on the basis not of professional affiliation, but the function, which is more what you all were speaking about, which is to say, is this person engaged in what we would call journalism? Are they gathering and reporting the news? Are they taking facts, subjecting it to editorial discretion, and publishing it to an audience? So some statutes approach the question that way too. Which one is better is in the eye of the beholder, but that's generally how legislatures are dealing with that question.
Thank you all. So in today's media ecosystem, content is clipped, remixed, monetized across various platforms to promote a particular narrative or story. Should the press have stronger IP-like protections over its reporting to prevent this distortion, or would that conflict with First Amendment values? I'll leave that open for anyone that wants to take it.
Can I just go for since I'm the person talking about 1790 today for some reason. So interestingly enough, to the extent we're interested about these things, the first Copyright Act actually excluded newspapers from its coverage. The thought by the Congress at that time, this is some supposition on my part, but also I think correct because I tend to think my opinions are correct. But in any event, the thought by the Congress was that providing intellectual property protection to newspapers would actually interfere with freedom of speech, freedom of the press, because at the time, we were obviously 13 separate colonies, culturally, politically distinct, and the way that the colonies were, and by then young states, were communicating with each other was through newspapers sent from one printer to another. Also, it reduced postal rates, actually. And what a newspaper would do is a printer would do was get that newspaper, they would cut that clipping from a South Carolina newspaper and they would reprint it in their New Jersey newspaper. So historically, I think there's always been, from the moment of the first Copyright Act, there has always been a tension between accommodating freedom of the press and intellectual property.
The only thing I will add to that is that it's made even more of a quagmire by the fact that I'm sure you guys have, well, maybe some people at this table occasionally read People magazine. And maybe if you occasionally read People magazine, which no one would do with my educational background, you have noticed that they clip that there'll be an article about, hey, on the cover of Vanity Fair, they're discussing this, and there'll be an image of the Vanity Fair cover and then a discussion of what's in the article. So that's a copyright violation. Just dead to rights, dead bang copyright like infringement, right? There's no fair use. They're literally taking the whole damn thing and saying what it says. There's no commentary. There's no nothing. It's a copyright infringement. But it's a gentleman's agreement, right? It's people's going to do it for Vanity Fair. Vanity Fair too highbrow for me. I'm kidding. But uses people, right? So it's not just that they were always contemplating intention. It's corporations who have a gentleman's agreement about how they're going to use each other's IP, right? So the question of how you can build a regime or think about it in terms of not only the complexity of how information travels, but the fact that they do agree with each other to allow certain things to promote their product really makes it, I think, a really difficult question. Now, if they took the cover of People and distorted it, would Vanity, sorry, if I lost my speaker, if the bad guy in the story distorts the image of People, would People magazine be upset? Probably. But you're also dealing not only with this long history of this tension, but also this unseen hand where there's people intentionally putting their hands on the teeter-totter in a really complex way.
And there's also some self-interest that guides some of this too. And I'm sure we've all advised clients on that potential self-interest point, which is to say, if you Vanity Fair.
I totally lost who I was.
Okay.
People using Vanity Fair.
Okay, yes. So if you're Vanity Fair and your editor says this is outrageous, People keeps using our article, keeps using our cover, I would bet that Vanity Fair also makes use of other news organizations' content. So you kind of have to be on the guard of what goes around comes around, and you have to walk that line of, yes, it's important to police one's intellectual property, but with the self-awareness of, well, we make sometimes elaborate fair uses.
I don't know that I can add much to that, and certainly agree with all of it. It's interesting. My perspective is a little bit different as a television journalist, because essentially our product is my face on a camera. And interestingly, in that business, we tend to be kind of delighted if somebody else picks up what you're doing. So you hear somebody says, fairly recently, there was a documentary about the Menendez brothers. And I hadn't seen it at first. And I walked up in a grocery store, and the person was checking them out, I know, and they said, hey, I saw you on the Menendez brothers documentary the other day, and I had covered it, so it wasn't surprising. But that's the kind of thing where quite honestly, television journalists, if you found your reporting working its way to somebody else, as long as there's a guy around on the bottom says, Jack Ford, NBC News. It wasn't something that would alarm you, and actually it was kind of a stamp of approval for you, but clearly very different from what you're talking about.
I mean, I think, and this is my biggest lesson to law students always, all of this stuff is going to look really different in the courtroom or in your real life, right? But I do think that's the part of the reason that we have such loosey-goosey things about this are because talent doesn't mind it, because it's a good commercial deal, because you have to manage your own IP. Like, I do think a lot of these things, which seem like, why hasn't somebody thought about this, are hampered by the real act that people who produce content are in a business, but are also expressing themselves. And that is completely different than making a can of peas. It just is.
Thank you. So we've talked a lot about privacy, whether it's the privacy of the courtroom, privacy of the journalists, privacy of those that are covering events. How do you believe that we can balance protecting privacy with the public's desire for information and justice?
So I'll go first on this one because I'm probably the most extreme on this. The privacy tort in the United States of America, unique in the world, is bounded by whether the information is newsworthy. So even if you're the most private person in the world, if information is newsworthy, it is protected in the United States of America, unique in the world. The British have a tort of privacy. Their tort of privacy is such that if someone who, for example, had a relationship with Prince Charles wants to write a biography, King Charles, whatever, wants to write a biography.
This is not like the monarchy.
Not like the monarchy. My name is Catherine Mary Patricia Bolger. There's a reason. Anyway, this woman was literally stopped from writing a book about her own life because the prince didn't want her to say anything about their relationship, right? Our concept of privacy is unique in the world, and our concept of privacy is the best in the world. I absolutely, unreservedly am an enormous fan of the public interest distinction. Human beings get to walk around in the world telling their own stories. And if those stories involve another individual, but that speech is a matter of public interest, I believe unreservedly that it should be protected. I have no ambiguity about this. I'm sure Matt and Jack have much more sophisticated things to say. I do not. Our regime is the best.
I'm with her.
Thank you.
Not terribly sophisticated, but pretty definite.
Yeah.
I'll just make an observation. I'm also with you. I'll make an observation from our class, though. I do find it interesting. This is where folks line up by age, I think, where it's certainly true that, can I say the younger generation?
Yeah.
Is that, yeah, okay. I guess I had a student this semester say people in my generation to me, and I was just like, oh, goodness.
Matt
but
still thinks he's young.
I try, well, try. But in any event, the younger generation is very much on the opposite side of this issue, which I don't know where that leads ultimately, but it is just.
There's stuff on Instagram. I don't understand that. It's just a different, you guys just have a different concept of privacy. It's just a totally different understanding of privacy.
So, Kate, you spoke a little bit about how defamation law has been used strategically to try to protect, let's say, like political interests.
Sure.
To what extent does defamation law treat reputation as property, and should it?
That's interesting. So defamation law is actually extremely unsophisticated, I think, in how it managed damages and how it thinks about damages, with one exception, which is that defamation law divides itself historically, although not always, into two categories: defamation per se and defamation per quod. Defamation per se are things that are on their face defamatory. Usually the categories where traditionally harms you in your profession, says you have a loathsome disease, or talks about unchastity in a woman. Those were the historic defamation per se categories, and you could have presumed damages. The defamation per quad was everything else. To give you a good example of defamation per quad, if there was a newspaper article that said Kate was on the corner kissing a blonde, I would be able to sue for defamation because my husband is a brunette. He's actually gray, but I say he's a brunette. Anyway, long story short, historically, if you did defamation per quad, you would have to plead special damages, which if you all haven't had the joy of learning yet or experiencing in your life, special damages are that you have to articulate exactly what damage was caused. I lost my job at the corner store because of the allegations in this complaint. That was $100,000 a year, right? That's the kind of thing. So historically, if you pled defamation per quad, there was this requirement to plead special damages, and that's actually held. Even in some of the political defamation cases I've talked about, courts have kicked the per quad claim, but the presumption claim continues. And what's difficult about that is what the reputational damages are really nebulous and undefined. And Gertz, the Supreme Court decision in Gertz, sort of tried to articulate what kind of damages you could get in a defamation case, but it left this idea of sort of compensatory damages or reputational damages. And if you get a good enough testimony, you walk in and say, my heart is broken, I'm dying, then I'll stop talking quickly, then you could get a great deal of money, right? So the problem with damages or reputational harm is that we really don't have a definition for it. Whatever it is, it can't be $500 million, right? That's the problem, right? Is we don't have the law that says whatever this is, it's not 500. And I will give you an example in the Dershowitz case, which I handled and we won, and he's now seeking cert in the Supreme Court. But in the case, he had given a deposition a week after he filed the complaint against CNN, in which he testified that allegations that he had had sex with Virginia Giuffre destroyed my reputation entirely. Then he went on to say, it hurt my book sales, it hurt my marriage, it hurt my friendships, and he listed like 10 categories of defamation. A week after he had filed a lawsuit seeking $500 million in damages from someone else for destroying his reputation, right? Under the current law, we tried to make an argument that he hadn't pled damages, but the court didn't reach it. It was dismissed on actual malice. But under the current law, I can't necessarily win on that. I can take it to a jury and I can say to the jury, how could he prove he's damaged if he's already testified he's been destroyed by something else? But I can't win the case on it. And that's what I think there should be some kind of pressure point in the law where we're able to win cases on, come on, Your Honor, this is ephemeral. Come on, Your Honor is just as good as stay out of this, Your Honor, I feel like.
A little gentler.
But anyway, so I think that was the wrong answer to the question. But the question is, there ought to be a lever, and there isn't.
Thank you very much. I'd like to open up.
Sorry, can I just say one thing on that? I do think Rule 11 might be one answer. Motions to strike as well. I mean, some of these, like what Kate was just talking about, $500 million, some of these astronomical defamation damages just cannot be pled in good faith. And so I think that there's probably tools to push back, and obviously the court in Florida with the New York Times case.
Was CNN. Oh, the New York Times case. Yeah.
Sua sponte struck that complaint, but not for damages. But I do think,
which he seeks $10 billion.
There ought to be some sort of good faith. You would think that we would be proceeding in good faith, and perhaps we are not. I'll just say that.
Thank you for your addition. At this time, I'd like to open up the floor for questions, if anyone has any. Let's go over here.
Do you think that might be overturned? It seems like such a high bar to prove. For example, if a judge, not a local judge, had a defamation issue regarding something totally unrelated to his being a judge. Let's say he's a condominium owner in Florida, and he's accusing the building of defamation. And why should he be judged as a public official if it's in a private capacity?
So in some senses, in some cases he may not be. It just depends on the law. But But honestly, because you are charged with, I mean, remember a judge, and I feel very strongly, and Matt may save me for myself on this one, but that judge can put people in jail and was elected by the public. And we are very much entitled to comment on people who have that power over us, right? We're not, to me, the actual malice argument, which I firmly believe Sullivan should be upheld in all of its, and Gertz and Saint Amant and all of the others should be upheld in every possible way. But to me, the clearest ones are the public officials. We either elect them, they are appointed, they have the capacity to take our liberty. We ought to know what the hell they're doing, right? So I keep cursing. So fundamentally, to me, this is a really easy one, which is that if you have the public trust, the public is entitled to comment on it. And that is, to me, one-to-one, but someone may save me from myself.
Agree entirely.
So I'll say a few things. I think it will be this. I do not think there's only plastic around me, but I don't think the court will overturn Sullivan. And I also think that many of the fears raised regarding Sullivan are overblown. When you actually look at the statistics, the numbers of cases that are resolved on actual malice is a minority of cases that are resolved on actual malice. Usually cases are going out on things like constitutionally protected opinion or substantial truth. And the actual malice rule is, to the extent that it's difficult to prove, it's still a rather targeted protection. It's just saying you can't knowingly lie. That is all the rule is. So if the plaintiff can prove you knowingly lied, they get over the actual malice bar.
They do.
And sometimes they do. That's certainly true. And we've seen very large libel verdicts and libel settlements with like the Dominion case, for example, where either the jury believed there was actual malice or the party, in that case Fox News, wasn't willing to test its luck in front of a jury.
The Young case in Florida got a $5 million verdict and then settled before punitives on an actual malice standard.
Right over here.
This question is for Jack Ford. What do you think of the Clintons agreeing to testify next week? But they want the testimony to be in the public, so they want cameras actually in, Congress, right? And they're saying no. The Republicans do not want the cameras in there. They don't want it public. And why do you think the Clintons want it to be a public hearing?
Let me start off by, I'm an independent. I've always been, by both inclination and by virtue of what I did for a living. I truly felt that if I was and I covered presidential campaigns and traveled with candidates, and I had always felt that was kind of important for me. And as a consequence, did make contributions. It actually was great because people would try to hit you up for political contributions. And I'd say, oh man, I'm sorry. I'd really love to write you a check, but I just don't do that type of. So that is a preface to the answer. I thought it was ill-advised for the Clintons to take the position that we are not going to follow this subpoena. I think that one of the cornerstones is that, again, whether you believe there was legitimacy or not in terms of the reason why they wanted to bring them, it was a validly issued subpoena. There are means and ways for you to challenge subpoenas in the law, but one of them is not to say, no, I'm not going to show up, because I will tell you, and I would, we had this before during the Biden administration, where people were being subpoenaed by Congress, and they'd say, well, either I don't think it's not appropriate, or what I have to say is not relevant to what you're doing. We as citizens who are subject to subpoenas don't have the ability to do that, to make that conclusion. We either challenge it within the strictures of the law, or you show up. Now, once you show up, you have all sorts of opportunities. You can refuse to answer questions, or if you want to, or you can do the mob. I have no present recollection of that answer type of thing. But so I think they were ill-advised, and it was a bad decision by them to say no to start with. It always suggests in the minds of some people something sinister when perhaps there's nothing sinister there. I think then saying, all right, we will come, but here's what we want. Now you're in the realm of politics. The idea of, should it be broadcast? Should it not be broadcast? I have always been of the opinion that, if you have nothing to hide, then don't try to hide anything. Get on there. I curiously, when I tried cases for a living, I put a lot of my defendants on the stand as a defense attorney. And if I found that, because I used to think, and I understand the notion. Again, I taught here for years about trying cases, and I was on both sides, and I understand the notion of once you put the defendant on the stand, you've changed the calculus. Now, technically, it's still prosecution proved beyond a reasonable doubt, but once you've introduced the defendant saying something, does it somehow shift that? In some cases, it can. But I was always the opinion, and I had a couple of cases, not a lot, and they always scared the hell out of you. I'm going to take some of your language here, Kate. If you have an innocent defendant, look, there are not a lot of them out there. The reality is, and people who make a living, you talk to folks who are public defenders, who, by the way, I've often said some of the best trial lawyers I ever saw were public defenders. But they'll tell you, hey, sometimes you've got people maybe not guilty what they're charged with, but sometimes you get those who are absolutely innocent. And my belief was, jurors would probably say, look, if I got charged with something and I was innocent, you couldn't keep me off of the stand. So that, was a difficult calculus, I think. But sometimes in unusual cases, I put a guy who's been charged with embezzlement. He had a prior for embezzlement. Put him on the stand to explain this one away. And jury believed him, and they should have. I happen to believe him too. But in this, now once you got to, okay, we'll show up, now it becomes a political game. We want the cameras. Well, we don't want the cameras, and it'll get resolved.
It's like who says let's do it in private? Sorry.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Just from a First Amendment perspective, we said no to that. The Star Court, I always say Star Court, the Star Chamber is not us. We are not that. You should never trust the guy who says lock the doors and bar the hatches. You just shouldn't.
Sunlight.
I know. Sorry.
You're right.
You're right.
Provide sunlight. Better off to see it.
Well, thank you all for, thank you all for your time and your presentations. It was very insightful, and thank you for our audience questions. We will be taking a 10-minute break before the next panel begins. 5-minute break, sorry.
Our next panel is titled Inside the Playbook, Grant of Rights Agreements and the Business of Sports. I'll now read the CLE code. It is NPA 26. Again, the panel 2 CLE code is NPA 26. Joining us is Dr. Emma Best, who will be virtually presenting her article, Leveling the Playing Field, the ACC's Settlement with FSU and Clemson University, as well as Matthew Kelman, discussing brand licensing in practice, risk and reward. Each speaker will be giving an individual presentation, followed by a group discussion. We ask that you please hold your questions until the end. Now we'll welcome Dr. Emma Best on Zoom. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm not able to share my PowerPoint still. It says disabled screen sharing. Can you guys hear me?
1 second. Yeah, we're gonna, It should be working now.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody see that? Can everybody hear me? All good? So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Emma Best. I'm a professor at Wake Forest University, and I have been there for the past 6 years. So I wrote an article, regarding the ACC settlement recently with FSU and Clemson. So that's what I'll be talking about today. I'm really focused on telling you guys a little bit about the 2 different lawsuits, what were the legal issues around them, and then what kind of was a result of the settlement with the ACC. So, and this article is also published on Fordham's intellectual property website, so you guys can find that there now. So just to give you a little bit of context and background, in March 2025, the ACC settled with FSU and Clemson regarding lawsuits that challenged the validity of ACC's extended media rights agreements and revenue governance. They had about a 68-page settlement agreement that they came to. So, and this is really an important settlement because it really makes sure, there's structural reforms as a result of that related to different conferences that we'll touch on, and then also related to media revenue distribution, as well as conference exit procedures if the members want to move between conferences. And it also highlights just reshaping, college athletics, especially related to football. So we'll touch on that. And then also concerning college sports, just to kind of give you a little bit of background about grant of rights. These are for a fixed term duration that specifies exclusive broadcast rights from the members of the conference to that conference to negotiate basically on their members' behalf. So in this instance, it was the ACC negotiating for their members' behalf with ESPN. So they can, through this, the ACC can prevent a member from leaving to go to another conference without a penalty. So the two types of media agreements in college athletics are currently national, which covers tier 1 game rights, and then regional, which covers tier 3 games rights. So if an ACC member wasn't satisfied, with the revenue payments, and they would have to pay a significant exit fee, which was $140 million to exit from the ACC until the settlement agreement happened. So that's why it was very important. And just to give you a little bit of background about the agreements that were agreed to, that the ACC entered into, first important one was 2013. The ACC entered into a grant of rights agreement with the media rights for the ACC in exchange for revisions to the 2010 multimedia agreements. There's a lot of agreements going on, but the first amendment was 2013, which was important. And at that point, the member institutions of ACC agreed that their grant of rights was irrevocable at that point in 2013. And even if they left the ACC, the grant of rights was exclusive for this duration of the ESPN agreement, which goes till 2036. So a couple of amendments were pretty pivotal, one being in 2013, the other being in 2016. So in 2016, the ACC and ESPN agreed to an amended and restated multimedia agreement that basically amended the grant of rights to extend it from 2027 to 2036. So this is really what resulted in the lawsuits being filed by FSU and Clemson, because it was this extension to 2036 without any additional revenue payments. Everything kind of stayed the same rates that were set in 2012 were still continuing all the way to 2026 or 2036. Okay, so moving on, let's talk about the lawsuit starting with FSU. So FSU filed in Florida State Court in December 22nd, 2023. And they were basically arguing that the ACC violated its own governing documents by extending the ESPN agreement beyond 2022 without the necessary vote of member institutions. So their argument was they violated their own constitution, their own bylaws by doing this. A central claim was that the modification constituted a material change because it affected more than 5% of the conference's annual revenue. So under ACC's bylaws, that would trigger a requirement for a full member vote if it was a material change. FSU further argued that if the 2016 extension of the ESPN was invalid, then the accompanying grant of rights that extended it through 2036 should be invalid as well. So that was their main argument. So what they asked for really in this lawsuit was for the grant of rights and the amended grant of rights and the withdrawal payments of $140 million basically be declared unenforceable, and then FSU would be discharged of any penalties for leaving the ACC. So that was kind of their goal. And they also asked the court to declare that ACC breached its own constitution and its bylaws by entering into these additional agreements, and that, and then FSU could officially withdraw from the ACC. So FSU stated they didn't think the grant of rights was either irrevocable or exclusive. And they also wanted better revenue distribution because they feel like their brand should make them entitled to more revenue. So that's something that resulted in the settlement agreement, which we'll touch on. So basically how important your brand is kind of allows you to dictate what you feel like you should get. So they claim they should not be bound by the promise of the grant of rights, including the SBN agreements, and sought declaratory judgment that it was invalid. And they thought also that the grant of rights and its penalties were pretty over restrictive. And so that's another argument they made, and they would get, they were basically suffering losses, because they could make more money in, say, other conferences like the Southeastern Conference or Big 12. So they said, market conditions have significantly changed, in 2016, so that they should renegotiate it. So that was their overall argument for FSU's lawsuit. And then ACC came back counterclaiming. And they really argued that, okay, in response to FSU, all the procedural formalities have been followed. FSU knowingly executed the grant of rights, and accepted revenue distributions under this model for a significant number of years. So really, they should be stopped from challenging the enforceability of these agreements. They also argued FSU should remain bound to the term of the grant of rights, both in 2013, 2016. And members executed these grant of rights in order for ACC to establish long-term broadcast agreement. That's, stability for the conference. It means more revenue distribution for FSU over a longer period of time. So it kind of made sense for them to enter into these grant of rights and for a longer period of time. The ACC asserted also that the grant of rights were irrevocable and binding through 2036, regardless of FSU's membership status, which also meant that if FSU tried to leave the ACC and pay the $140 million, that they would still have media rights to FSU's home games, is what they were also arguing. So this is kind of ACC's response to that. So this was all going on for the period of time prior to the settlement agreement. And these were, their arguments in court. Okay, so that's FSU's lawsuit and sort of ACC's argument to FSU. And then now we'll move on and just touch on Clemson. So Clemson took a little bit different approach. They were really looking for judicial interpretation of the grant of rights. They weren't really looking to invalidate it like FSU was. And they did want to avoid the withdrawal penalty and avoid any kind of fiduciary duties, owed to the ACC, because ACC also claimed that all its members owed them fiduciary duties. So they didn't seek to invalidate it, the grant of rights, but really wanted to clarify the scope and enforceability of the grant of rights. And then also, what duty did they owe ACC? So the court was tasked in this situation of answering whether ACC owned the media rights of the member institutions to home games played through 2036 if ACC left. So that was another point of contention, which is, if we leave the ACC, do they still own media rights for home games? And also, again, at issue was this $140 million penalty that the member institutions would have to pay if they left the ACC. Whether, again, if they owed any kind of fiduciary duty to the ACC in general. Clemson argued it was restricted under the ACC's interpretation of the grant of rights from obtaining the value of its media rights, including exploring other conference memberships, because they were so restricted by the ACC. And so they wanted to kind of gain clarity on their grant of rights and then also the validity of the $140 million exit fee. Grant of rights between ACC and ESPN, they generate revenues that are, significantly lower than media agreements negotiated by Big Ten and Southeastern Conference. So for example, Southeastern Conference entered into exclusive media right deals with ESPN for 10 years for a value of $3 billion. And in 2022, Big Ten agreed to a 7-year deal with NBC, CBS, and Fox Sports worth more than $7 billion. So significant difference. So in 2022, Big Ten's total revenue was approximately $845.6 million. Southeastern's conference total revenue, $802 million, but ACC's total revenue was only $617 million. So significantly less than the others. So again, Clemson was arguing they're not being paid as much as they could. Okay, so that was Clemson's argument and ACC's response. So, their issues of their case with the ACC against Clemson was really whether the withdrawal penalty, 3 times is enforceable or not. ACC obviously argued that it was, and whether, their grant of rights was irrevocable through 2036. So ACC said, Clemson, you agreed to it. Your president signed, voted on basically voted on this withdrawal penalty in 2012. and it was in place to preserve conference stability, so everybody agreed to it. They also ACC justifies this withdrawal payment by saying it constitutes, alternative performance under the ACC Constitution and bylaws because a member withdrawing for ACC would cause insignificant losses for the ACC. So it's kind of one of those things that they're tied into it. ACC also, demonstrated Clemson has been an active member of the ACC, right, by serving on at least 17 committees in the ACC. They showed that Clemson's distributions from ACC has doubled over a 9-year period from, basically thinking back from 2023, they've increased significantly. And then so it's been a mutually beneficial relationship. And they also claimed that the withdrawal provision is valid and enforceable, and Clemson has to comply with that. So they breached their promises by basically suing the ACC. Okay. So that's really kind of talking about, well, what was going on with the lawsuits, what were their claims and what was the counterclaims. So both sides had risks, right? So that's kind of why we ended up in a settlement agreement. So both sides had a risk of like, well, what would the court do if they interpret? Because if FSU and Clemson had provided or had proved that ESPN was aware of the ACC bylaws requiring full membership approval because this was a material change extending the grant of rights for so long, then they could have challenged the enforceability of the grant of rights and potentially renegotiated their own media rights deals or exited the ACC. However, if the court had found ESPN to be, bona fide third-party beneficiary acting in faith, then the extension might have remained valid despite the bylaw violation. So again, it was, who knows what exactly the courts would have done in this situation and how they would have interpreted it. So now it moves us to the settlement. So this has major implications really for, college athletics in general. So first thing is obviously a big change in the exit value, even though this year it's $165 million for members of the ACC to exit, it will be reduced by $18 million a year. So basically bottoming out at $75 million, which is a huge deal. So ACC's really bought themselves short-term stability, right? So short-term stability, and then who knows what the members will do when as the exit fee continues to decrease. So by adopting this performance-based revenue model, the ACC is moving more towards a system that kind of reflects the commercial realities, right, of college sports. For FSU and Clemson, who are top performing programs, they'll be able to actually get more revenue as a result of this, and then potentially, have more. It becomes more competitive with, say, programs like in the SEC. Okay, so showing the specific details of the settlement. You have 60% of the television revenue, 60% of total revenue coming from, televised or television revenue generated by ACC will be allocated based on the 5-year rolling average of the team's national viewership. So that's huge, right, for FSU and Clemson. And then the remaining 40% will continue to be divided equally among member institutions, providing some stability there. So you kind of have an idea of exactly what you're getting. So each member, in comparatively, right, each member of the Big Ten could receive $70 million annually. So that's, and then Southeastern Conference could receive $68 million annually. And then Big 12 could be approximately $50 million annually. Therefore, ACC members now who have strong national viewership are more in that competitive range and could earn between 37 and 70 million as the other big conferences. So it kind of puts them more in line. However, if you have lower national viewership, right, then these members might keep, have struggled to keep pace financially, and that could lead to bigger disparities. So that's kind of the only issue with the performance-based model. So we'll kind of see that. But, so we'll see if ACC members are satisfied with the settlement distributions or whether they decide to exit the ACC in the next few years. So really, as media rights, the whole point is this, media rights continue to dominate college sports. So conferences may need to develop more hybrid revenue models that reward performance, and kind of then still try to maintain some kind of equity among the members through grant of rights, and the grant of rights still provide that stability. So they're still trying to get a longer term commitment. So that's really what the grant of rights do. I do think what this settlement does is really makes it clear that member institutions, like there's a shift of power towards member institutions, and especially ones who have the brand, right, who have performance and people want to watch them. So I think going forward, that's going to be really the strategy, right? With conferences thinking about, well, who do I need to keep happy? Who's the ones who have a broader reach with their brand? So this whole settlement wasn't really just about contract interpretation. It's more about, institutional priorities with college athletics. So we'll see as, it kind of gets more complex, but we'll see how conferences balance stability and then with flexibility for the members, and then how the power shift continues to evolve. So at this point, I'll end my presentation and I'll turn it over to my colleague, Matt.
Thank you, Emma. I was joking with Emma recently that her being on Zoom behind me gives me the daunting task of following what seems to be like the Wizard of Oz. So I will try to overcome the feeling of intimidation in this situation as best I can. Anyway, my name is Matt Kelman. I am in-house counsel at a company called Fanatics. If you'll indulge me for a moment, I'm going to talk a little bit about my day job because I think it does give a little bit of backdrop to the topic about which I'm speaking today, which is brand licensing. Now, for those of you who don't know, Fanatics is a global digital e-commerce platform, and we design, manufacture, and sell sports merchandise under a series of licenses from sports leagues, teams, and athletes. Now, in doing so, we work under one major commercial model. And again, I say that this is trying to provide a backdrop to what I'm talking about today, because I think as a commercial attorney in the field of brand licensing, you sort of go into every day with a major theme. And the theme is basically dictated by the company for which you're working or the client for which you're working. In our situation, our goal is to enhance the fan experience, right? Everything we do, the goal is to say to the fan, the sports fan, this is what you should expect from our products. This is what you should get out of our products. And this is what promise we are making to you in terms of quality of product. Now, for that reason, that is, again, the flag under which I work every day. And what my job is to, as a brand licensing attorney, is to look at intellectual property as an allocation of risk versus reward. The idea that we are looking to take our brand or take the brand of our licensors in a lot of cases, and to sort of balance the idea of how do we monetize the brand in the consumer marketplace while also protecting against the risk to reputation or actually just brand equity. Okay, so let me start sort of as a basis of this. Now, the one thing I want to say, and I sort of am happy to be working in this area because I think it's very tangible. And I want, we're all lawyers here, or most of us are lawyers here. I think the best thing to look at, the best way to look at brands is exactly as consumers. And this is what I try to do, is keep my consumer hat on intermittently with my lawyer hat, because I think it makes me more effective as an attorney. So what is a brand? A brand is a commercial identifier, right? What a brand does, otherwise known as a trademark, as many of you are familiar, is give the message to the consuming populace that this is our promise to you in terms of quality, whether it's quality of merchandise as we promote, or in other situations, you look at you look at the golden arches, you think of a quality of food for McDonald's. You look at a calligraphed Coca-Cola, you think of a quality of beverage. This is what a brand does. A brand is a promise to the consumer of a certain quality level. Now, forgive me if I'll foray if I take a step into the world of academia, which I'm certainly not equipped to do anymore. But basically, to distinguish trademarks and brands from copyrights and patents, the other sort of major aspects of intellectual property law, copyrights and patents were developed under the Constitution, Article 1, to encourage development and creativity. The trademark law was developed under the Commerce Clause, now under the Lanham Act. Now, again, not to go too far off topic, but the point of that is to create essentially a relationship between the commercial entity and the consumer. That relationship is sort of the ongoing theme that I want everyone to think about as I'm speaking here, because it is a relationship of trust. As I said before, the commercial entity promises the consumer, this is what you should expect when you buy a product or purchase a service under our brand, while at the same time the consumer can say, I want to know that when I purchase something under this particular brand, that I won't be confused, that there will be certainty in what I'm purchasing, that the investment I'm making will result in an ROI in whatever way is appropriate in that particular context. So we have trademarks that are the benchmark of commercial development, commercial investment, and we have the idea of licensing. So now that we've talked about what a brand is or what a trademark is, why do you license a brand? And I'm going to start off, and again, I apologize if this is something that everyone knows already, but a license basically is not a transfer of ownership. It's a transfer of certain rights. The goal in transferring a brand through licensing is in a lot of ways to create a more nimble commercial environment. By that, I mean, you take a situation where you are a company, and let's say you have a design. You don't have the ability to manufacture. You license your brand to a manufacturer under a contracted license that then you can put forth the design that you are unable to manufacture in a more broad spectrum. Let's say you have the ability to manufacture and you are a brand. You don't have the ability to sell. You don't have in-venue retail outlets. You then license to either a retail outlet or a distribution channel. And we'll talk a little bit more about that too. But at the end of the day, the idea of brand licensing is to maintain agility and nimble and to be nimble. And by that, I mean, you want to be able to, if you have a product or service, you want to be able to meet the consumer where they are. That's essentially what the goal is. You want to say to the consumer, we have something that is of value to you, something that you expect to be of a certain quality, and therefore we're going to do the best we can to get it out there to you in a variety of ways. And obviously, over time, the evolution of technology, et cetera, has made that easier. But at the same time, and this is what I'm going to say to you as a practitioner in the commercial field of licensing, is that it also comes with risks. Now, one of the things that I always say when I start working on a deal with my in-house clients or whatever phrase you choose to use for in-house practitioners is my job is to tell you, if you tell me you want to jump off a bridge, my job is to tell you it's going to hurt. My job is not to tell you not to do it. My job is to say, you want to do something that is risky for whatever benefit that you see in it. But my job is to ensure that at the same time, the value of the brand to the company is maintained. Brand integrity is always the goal of brand licensing. Now, again, you sort of look at it from as I go back to the symbiotic relationship between the consumer and the commercial entity, your goal as a seller, if you will, of a product or service is to make a promise and to fulfill that promise with a certain amount of quality. And the consumer's job is to invest in your product, relying on its trust in you, that consumer's trust in you, to provide that quality. So that said, what you're doing as an attorney in brand licensing is you are drafting an agreement, a licensing agreement, where you are giving up certain rights to a third-party licensee, and your business has an aspiration, right? Your business people will come to you, your marketing people, your sponsorship people, your events people, all of those whose job it is to get the brand out there. And your job is to shorten the leash, if I will. And what I mean by that is to say, the business's aspiration is to increase reputational value, increase revenue generation, and the attorney's job is to protect the brand at the same time. So let's start with what is the primary goal of an attorney in a license agreement. And this is true in a lot of cases, but I think trademark and brand licensing as a general rule, quality control. By quality control, I mean again, this goes back to what I said before, is this is all based on a relationship. It's based on trust. It's based on the idea the commercial entity is providing a product or service, and the consumer expects a certain quality in that product or service. Now, to get again back into the sort of litigation area of this, one of the things that as a lawyer you need to keep in mind is that a trademark provides a certain amount of protection to the commercial entity and says, you are, Fordham Rams I got that right? Fordham Rams? The Fordham Rams are a brand, right? The consuming populace in a variety of ways in academia, et cetera, expect a certain quality of service that is being provided here. Now, when you are protecting that quality, what you are doing is saying, okay, let's say Fordham Law School wants to sell sweatshirts with the Rams logo on it, okay? Fordham Law School presumably doesn't have a manufacturing outlet around the corner, so it licenses out the rights to use that brand and expand the brand's exposure throughout the consuming populace. As the lawyer for Fordham in this particular situation, or in any commercial aspect, I mean, again, one thing I cannot stress enough is one of the things that you really need to hold on to in this area is that it's tangible, right? Purchasing product and service is something we all do every day. This is not just for lawyers. This is not just for in-house practitioners or outside counsel. This is something where you can really wear your consumer hat. So in that way, it's kind of fun. What do you expect out of Fordham Law School? You expect a certain quality of service, right? So when you draft an agreement that actually licenses out that particular logo, your goal is to ensure that you are controlling the quality of product that the consumers are purchasing. You have a reputation, you have a buildup of trust with the academic community, for example, that you need to protect as a lawyer. Now, by that I mean, when you license out your logo, your design, your slogan to a licensee, what you're doing basically is saying, okay, we're going to let you do this and sell based on some sort of revenue model, whether it be royalties or a minimum guarantee, and that's something else we can discuss. But the idea is to say, we are going to keep the leash short. And this is, again, the lawyer's perspective. I think the business person's perspective will be a little different in this sort of aspirational model. But for the lawyer, your job is to keep that leash short, to say, you know what, we're going to make sure that you don't in any way betray the trust that the consuming populace has in our quality. So what does that mean? You drafted a license agreement that drafts a logo, licenses a logo for, let's say, for merchandise. You can say, okay, as part of the license, you are allowed to use the logo as is attached as Exhibit A in the back of that agreement. It can be that simple. And I should say, because this is something that's very important, you grant very concrete approval rights for your company. By that, I mean, you want to oversee that manufacturer. You want to oversee that designer. You want to oversee that retail outlet. You want to oversee that distribution channel. And this doesn't just sort of bear on the overall return on investment or reputational value of the brand, but it also protects you legally. Because there is nothing more dangerous than sending out your trademark or your brand in a license without approval rights. Because, and again, if I go into a brief foray into the litigation field, the Trademark Trial and Appeal Board can say, you know what? You have betrayed the trust of the consuming populace by not overseeing the quality of your product. And for that reason, you lose your trademark protection. There are a variety of ways to do that I won't get into, but my point is, your attitude as an attorney in this area has to be to protect the brand, because there is such a thing, not just as a risk of diminution of value, but also a diminution of reputation. If you give out your product, for example, you license out your brand, for example, without adequate protections, audit rights, approval rights, et cetera, or extensive terms, for example. Let's say you have a brand license that has an automatic renewal that goes on for 10 years and you don't oversee that. One thing I always like to say is You're in a company. People come and go all the time in companies. Someone may come in and replace me and say, I didn't even know we had that license. And years down the road, all of a sudden the Trademark Trial and Appeal Board says, you've abandoned your trademark. So again, quality control is one thing that is absolutely non-negotiable, and that's the way you protect the brand. Another way to do that, again, and I go back to the idea of trust, is the idea of providing certainty to the consumer. And by that I mean draft very, very clear termination rights. And what that means is if the licensee does anything to harm the company's reputational value, the company's ability to generate revenue, you should be able to terminate, whether it's based on breach or based on any sort of denigration of the brand value. That is the goal of the lawyer in brand licensing. And that is the goal of again, it's a little push and pull, because the idea is, again, maintaining the symbiotic relationship between the commercial entity and the consumer. And at the end of the day, we as lawyers and consumers at the same time can relate to that push and pull, because we look at this situation as one where the commercial entity has both given the promise to the consumer of a certain quality, but at the same time looks at the consumer as a way to make money and to increase its revenue generation down the road. So for that reason, as attorneys in this area, I think it's so valuable to be able to look at these particular licenses, the granting of rights, as, and again, a license is not giving away ownership. You are giving away rights. So the risk, the reputational risk, the financial risk, et cetera, remains with the brand owner, with the licensor. And that's something as an attorney to always remember, because at the end of the day, sure, your business people are going to come to you and say, this is a way to make money. We are going to get our brand out there through a variety of means. But as an attorney, your job is to keep that leash short and ensure that your company's reputational value is not in any way denigrated. And that's sort of the way I look at this. You can look at things like exclusivity. You can look at if we as, let's say you as Fordham Law School want to license out the logo for sweatshirts. If you say, okay, manufacturer, there is a certain geographic location in which we are going to be the only law school from which you can sell your logo, there's a rule of reason that the courts will look at there. I'm not an antitrust attorney, but you can all imagine that if you're trying to achieve exclusivity in whatever area of commerce you function, you have to look at whether that exclusivity can be really valuable, because you can say, all right, we're not going to be battling with any competitors. You're not going to have an issue with Cardozo sweatshirts or Columbia sweatshirts or NYU sweatshirts. You're going to have your own only Fordham sweatshirts in New York. But the problem with that is the court will look at it and say, is there an absolute reasonable, is it reasonable for you to say, we are going to prevent others from competing in this marketplace, which obviously sparks antitrust concerns in all of us who are not even antitrust lawyers. But at the same time, it does give you the ability to increase, again, your return on investment and your reputational value. So I think, in closing, I think what's most important here as a brand licensing attorney, again, is to think of it in two ways. One, you want to protect the consumer from confusion. You want the consumer who relies on the value and the quality of your product or service to find that need sated. You don't want to betray their trust in you. This is a relationship again. That's one way to look at it. And at the same time, you want to make sure that you are nimble as a company, whether you control the supply chain or not. Your goal, like I said from the very beginning, is to meet the consumer where they are and to try to make sure that throughout the entire process of design, manufacture, sale, distribution, you are satisfying and being loyal to that level of trust that the consumer has in your product's quality. So in that I will close. And again, I want to say too, one thing that Emma brought up before that I think is so important is, again, in college football, like in any area that we can think of, it's all about the relationship between the consumer and the product. The reason why colleges can license out their media rights, again, is because the consumer expects a certain quality. And that's what we all have to rely on. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll now invite up Lindsay, our moderator, and Matt will take a seat, and then we'll also have Emma back on, and we'll take, group discussion. Thank you.
Thank you both for those great presentations, Emma and Matt. I'm Lindsay, and I'm going to be facilitating our conversation today. I want to start by talking at a high level about the grant of rights, brand value, and that connection to the consumer that both of you had touched on. So Emma mentioned that the settlement might influence the way that conferences are prioritizing different schools that have big brand values. So Matt, on the commercial side, what brand signals have you seen actually moving consumer behavior today? And how might that affect how licensing rights should be structured?
I think the answer to that question really varies by marketplace. But I think in general, and as I was saying before, one of the things as consumers we all experience, well, I used the word already. One is experiential. One is the idea that when you purchase a product or service, you are going to have an experience that you expect. And the company's job is to make sure that that experience is what you expect. So when it comes to what Emma was discussing with regard to colleges, is you have loyalty, you have tradition, but you also have engagement. And that's what licensing does. It allows you to reach, again, to go out to where the consumer is and say, we're here, this is what we offer, this is what we promise, and this is what we will continue to ensure in your experience with us as a commercial entity.
Emma, grant of rights agreements are often framed as conference stability tools, and that was one thing that you were kind of highlighting. But they also lock in how content reaches fans. So to what extent should consumer access, platform flexibility, or evolving viewer habits be part of the legal analysis when those deals are negotiated?
Yeah, absolutely. So I definitely think viewership, is obviously playing a role in, how much revenue the members will get. So obviously access to those, specific brands who are really strong. I mentioned obviously FSU and Clemson is going to be key in future negotiations. So I think consumer access, like who are they making the deal with? Is it exclusively to ESPN or is it with other platforms? I think that's going to be a big decision-making factor for the members going forward. So if they leave the ACC, for example, because they're locked in with ESPN, I think that's going to play a factor as far as how much viewership they can get. And because obviously that's going to play into how much revenue they can achieve by the percentage of viewership. So I think that's going to play in for sure.
I want to shift gears a little bit and talk about the agreements themselves. And this is one that I'd love to get both of your perspectives on. There's an inherent tension between flexibility and certainty in these agreements. So what are some non-negotiables in a grant of rights or a licensing agreement that you think need to be rock solid, even in this rapidly evolving sports atmosphere?
You want to start, Emma?
Sure. Okay. So I think the timeline obviously is important. How long are you locking somebody in for? I think the exit fee, so that's a big point of contention, right? So what's the ability of a member to move to a different conference? So I think those two factors are, for the conference's perspective, they need timeline, they need stability. And from a member's perspective, well, what's my ability to leave? So those are kind of, I guess contradict each other, but I think those two are very going to be highly negotiated.
Yeah, and just to add to that, as I beat to death the idea of quality control, I think that when you are a commercial entity that provides a product or service, your goal in any agreement is to ensure that you have actual oversight. And courts have been pretty consistent in saying it's not just a matter of making sure that your agreements provide audits or approval rights, but also that you as a company are overseeing the supply chain in which you are working. So therefore, you're making sure that you don't lose your reputational value and your brand isn't denigrated in any way. And that's something to keep in mind. And the termination right to which Emma alluded is also very key. I mean, as I said before, there is nothing to me that is more nerve-wracking than an agreement that lasts too long. And I say that not only because it can prevent you from having consistent oversight, but also given the fact that the evolution of technology has allowed for so many more channels and platforms of distribution, you never know around the corner what exactly is going to be available to you. So why not be able to revisit particular parts of the supply chain or distribution channels as they become available or as they're invented even? And that to me is all part of the drafting process.
Matt, that brings us to another point. Exclusivity is often talked about as a really contentious deal point with territory and scope and some of those other more contentious things. From that brand protection perspective, when do you feel like exclusivity adds value and when can it harm the brand or limit fan engagement?
I think exclusivity, as I was saying before, is sort of an interesting factor in brand licensing, because I think what it does is it can knock out competition in a lot of ways. It can ensure a level of return on your investment as a consumer and as a commercial entity, because again, you are trusting the product or service in a certain level of quality, while there are others that are not around. That said, if you are doing anything that is going to destroy or in any way denigrate competition, then you're risking antitrust problems. So there is a balancing act there. And I think when you do deal with exclusivity, you have to be aware of those risks, because there is such value in being the only player in the game. But at the same time, you don't want to be in a situation where you are discouraging competition.
I also want to make sure we have time to talk about what college sports are going to look like moving forward, because I think that that's on a lot of people's minds right now. Emma, now that the ACC settlement deals are more public and include termination mechanics and potential outs like you discussed, how does that change the leverage and risk profile for schools and conferences and media partners going forward? And what lessons do you think future grant of rights negotiations are going to take away from this?
Yeah, I definitely think then, all the conferences, not just the ACC, has to really consider what are they going to offer for member institutions? What are the perks? What are the ones, how are they going to keep their, the power brands, I guess you would say, right? How are they going to keep them happy? So I think going forward, they're going to have to think about carve outs for them. Obviously we're having percentage of viewership and like figuring that out. And then how long do they realistically think they can lock somebody in, right? How can long they lock a member institution in? And then also, other conferences, how appealing are they? So I think all the conferences are going to be sort of reevaluating, well, what's our payment structure? How can we sort of market it towards big brand names? And then, what's the incentive? So I think they're all going to reconsider, the payment structure, I think, going forward, and then realistically probably shorten the grant of rights, because I just don't think it's realistic to lock these teams in for a longer period of time.
That goes really nicely into our last question before we open it up for questions from the audience. The settlement includes more optionality, but also more uncertainty. So who do you think is benefiting most from that flexibility? Is it schools? Is it conferences? Is it licensees? And who bears the downside risk when long-term certainty is weakened? And I'd love to hear from both of you on that.
I can start just to piggyback on what Emma was saying. I think one of the interesting things about brand law, or trademark law, as it were, is that the real goal is to protect the consumer. And I think that at the end of the day is who benefits most. Consumer choice is obviously something that all companies, or sort of, I should say, sort of what the law really encourages. And for that reason, the more flexibility that companies have in being able to distribute their brand and to, again, meet the consumers where they are, it allows the consumers more choice, which, not to get into other areas, but also leads to more competition, leads to better pricing, but again, and leads to, again, a better consumer experience. And that, I think, is what, particularly what the Commerce Clause was sort of developed for. And I think the Lanham Act was developed as a result for the same purpose.
And I'll just add to that I do also think the members of the different conferences benefit, because they do have more flexibility. So I think the risk is somewhat borne by the members who are deciding, well, which conference am I going with? But I think the majority of the risk is probably on the conference at this point, the conferences.
Thank you. Now we'll open it up for audience questions. If you could just wait until you get a microphone so that the Zoom can hear your question. Do we want to go right over here? Yeah, we've got a microphone coming right behind you.
Hi, very interesting discussion. With respect to the responsibilities of companies that own brands, what if we flip the discussion and looked at the responsibilities that the companies that own brands have to their licensees? For example, let's say that there is a defective trademark, but the licensee is not aware of it, goes ahead and makes those Ram sweatshirts, and then finds out that literally they can't sell them. What do you do in that case?
I think it's a very important question, and again, it's a very important thing to consider while the agreement is being crafted and negotiated. Is the idea of a representation and warranty in an agreement that basically part of any license. Let's step back. As I don't know how many are contract attorneys here, but the idea of a representation and warranty is an assertion that you have certain rights to give. That's a big part of it. And when you are a brand holder or a trademark holder, there is the inherent promise that you are making to the licensee to say, we got you. This is okay. We have the rights to this logo, whether it be our own or through another licensor. And obviously there are termination rights that the licensee will have in the case of that promise being breached. So that is something obviously that needs to be considered while negotiating and crafting an agreement. And again, I talked a lot about trust before between the commercial entity and the consumer, but that level of trust also obviously has to be inherent between licensor and licensee as well.
You were very precise when you said that trademark or the brand protects the logo, the design, a slogan, but you were silent on protecting the name Rams. Now, that's just a word, and nobody will confuse the Fordham Rams with Los Angeles Rams.
Mm-hmm.
But what kind of restrictions are there on protecting the name itself? For example, from another college or university, using that same team name, whether it's from New Jersey or from Wyoming.
Sure. I think it's an important question, and I think one of the things that sort of bolsters what I was saying before about us all sort of looking at this as consumers is that the name is the trademark. The name is the brand. A trademark or a brand is a symbol. That's all it is. It's a brand identifier. It's an identifier that says to the consumer, it's not just a matter of purchasing merchandise or purchasing a hamburger at McDonald's. You are expecting a certain quality because of that name. And that name is the trademark. So when you are licensing out that name, that symbol, it's a representation of quality. It is a promise to a consumer to say, this is what you expect, and this is what we're guaranteeing in your investment in our product or service. So the name itself is one that is very important to craft into the agreement, whether it be through, like I said before, you can slap an exhibit on the back of an agreement that simply says, these are the golden arches. This is what you expect when you see this symbol or this name. That the entire area of law is about trust, and it's about what's behind that name. That name it's an attractor, so to speak, but it's more of a symbol of quality. So that's what you're doing when you're protecting a name more than anything else. And that name is the trademark.
The Rams is the name. To do to you to
Oh.
Fordham do stop it.
Sure. So the idea of brand and trademark is based on priority of use. So the idea is if you are the first in the marketplace with a specific name, you have an assertion of rights. Those rights are then bolstered by a registration through the Patent and Trademark Office that is considered constructive notice to everyone else out there in the area of football. We are the Rams. No one else is going to use the Rams in football. The reason why you can have the Fordham Rams and you can have the Los Angeles Rams is because you're defining platform, you're defining territory. And what often happens when you have a junior user, sort of the second one to come in with the mark, there are two things you can do. One, the senior user can say, well, look, you're creating confusion in the marketplace. Again, the goal here is to protect the consumer from confusion. And the junior user will then say, well, no, we can coexist in this marketplace because we're through different distribution platforms, we're through different geographic territories, which, you know, to sort of step back a little bit, case law has changed over that manner because of the fact that technology allows for much more overlap in terms of brand visibility. You know, when it used to be that if you had brand ABC in California, someone was using brand ABC in New York, you know, 100 years ago, there'd be no confusion because no one everyone would know this is the one that's local to me. Now, because of the internet, because of various distribution platforms, the possibility of confusion is much greater. So when you're drafting something in terms of a license, you want to be very, very clear in terms of where, when, and how those licenses can be used so as to avoid confusion. So the point is there are a lot of situations in which there's a lawsuit for trademark infringement where one party says, you're confusing the consumers, which is hurting our brand value. And the parties will get together and draft what's called a coexistence agreement and say, okay, you stay on your side of the river, we'll stay on ours. And I use that metaphorically, obviously, but that is sort of the way that brands can coexist in a manner that, again, still protects the client, it still protects the consumer. And that's the most important thing in trademark law.
We should have time for one more question, if there's.
So we have a question from the Zoom chat. For students or young lawyers interested in sports law, branding, or licensing, what skills or experiences most directly helped you move into this industry? And what do you wish you had learned earlier?
A good question. I think, you know, any legal career is obviously a journey, and that's something that I remember from a law professor that said right away that your first step is usually not your last step. But for me, I think the most important aspect of getting into this area is, first of all, intellectual property background is very important. Sports law, I will say, is people out there will argue with me on this, but I don't think sports law is really a thing. Sports law sort of covers a variety of fields in antitrust and labor, et cetera. Basically, what I do and what we're talking about today is intellectual property and the commercial interaction therewith. So for me, I think as you go in your path throughout the law, to get into this area, I think intellectual property is the most important background to understand, like I said, to keep your consumer hat on through every job you have and think about what is the best way to keep in touch with the consuming marketplace and and at the same time to, as I said, keep the leash pretty short for the company for which you're working.
Great, thank you all. Sorry, I'll jump in here and cut you off. We're going to take a quick recess for lunch. I want to thank Dr. Emma Best on Zoom and Matthew Kelman and our great moderator, Lindsay Pretzman. Thank you. Hello, if I could grab everyone's attention, please. We're going to get started. Everyone can find their seats. Thank you. This third panel explores the future of sound, artificial intelligence, liability, and music. Music copyright, apologies. The CLE code for this panel 3 is FLB26. Again, that is FLB26. Please write this down for your records. Now, joining us is Dr. Douglas Lind, presenting on his paper, From Player Piano to Generative AI, Artificial Expression and the Law of Copyright, which he co-wrote with Dr. Adrian Holtz, who unfortunately could not be here today. As well, we will welcome Owen Wolf, discussing fair use litigation in a Gen AI world. Each speaker will be giving their individual presentation, followed by a group discussion moderated by Dean Ron Lezebnik. We ask that you hold your questions till the end. And now, let's please welcome Dr. Douglas Lind.
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to come here to talk with you today. And as Basha just mentioned, my talk is entitled From Player Piano to Generative AI, Artificial Expression and the Law of Copyright. And I appreciate Basha mentioning that this is not just my work. This is a piece that I co-wrote with a colleague at Virginia Tech, Dr. Adrian Holtz, and that she worked with me on preparing this presentation. And so what I'm presenting today is really a joint project. The title for this symposium is The Meaning of Ownership, Rethinking IP, Creativity and Control in the Age of Innovation. Is this the age of innovation? Copyright is something that has been recognized in the Western world since the early Enlightenment. The first copyright statute, the Statute of Anne, 1710 from England. 1777, music was first recognized as copyrightable, sheet music, musical works, musical compositions. In a case, 1777, involving J.S. Bach v. Longman, where J.S. Bach's musical composition was recognized as copyrightable. In France, in 1795, by statute, musical works were recognized as protected by copyright. In 1831, by statute, the United States modified the Copyright Act to add musical works. Again, the term musical works is a technical term in the law of copyright. It refers to musical compositions. Paper, that's stuff. Musical notations, sheet music. In terms of the age of innovation, imagine living in a world where there was no sound other than coming from what was in direct physical proximity to us. Imagine that you could not hear another human voice unless that person was physically in your proximity. Imagine that you could not hear music unless that music was somehow directly within your field of view. In fact, not only imagine that, but imagine that you didn't even have the concept of hearing another human voice unless it was near you, or music unless you were there to hear it directly performed. You know, for us today, in this age of innovation, it's hard for us to imagine that 150 years ago, only 150 years ago, this year we're celebrating the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. Knock off 100 years, 150 years ago, no human being had ever heard another human voice unless that other person was in their physical proximity. No music had ever been heard by any human being unless the performers were there in their vicinity. You know, my colleague, Dr. Holtz, and I started thinking about this music and Gen AI and copyright law. And so we started kind of digging into like music copyright history. And from the beginnings of copyright in the United States, from the first copyright statute in 1790, where what Congress recognized as protectable by copyright were maps, charts, and books. From that time on, you know, it's not just like an age of innovation. It's like the whole history of the United States has been an age of innovation. And copyright law has been at the center of it. And for the most part, copyright law has been pretty darn good at adapting to respond to new forms of innovation. However, there were a couple forms of innovation that occurred in what I would argue was at least as dramatic an age of innovation as the one we are currently living in. And those two forms of innovation both affected music. And they were generative forms of innovation in that they generated sound in a way that sound had never been generated before. There's one music historian who refers to the phonograph as a disruptive equilibrium, as creating an era of disruptive equilibrium. The phonograph and the player piano are these two disruptive technologies. And what I'm going to talk about today is how is really a kind of historical, kind of leading up to today, to Gen AI. How these two disruptive generative sound technologies, the player piano and the phonograph, created a real mess for copyright law. And that maybe we can learn something today as we look at Gen AI by giving a little bit of thought to how did copyright law try to adapt in this earlier age of innovation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk a little bit about the history of the development of the player piano and the phonograph, and about how copyright law tried to respond to these two innovations, and then how that may say something about generative AI today. The player piano. Anyone ever seen a player piano? Yeah, some of us have. Yeah, they're pretty cool. They're pianos, uprights, grands, baby grands, that are fitted with a mechanism that allows them to play on their own. Going back to at least the early 1600s, there were music innovators who were trying to develop an automatic means of creating music by way of pianos. By the middle of the 19th century, this idea of an automated, a mechanical, an artificial piano started to actually start producing some stuff. And by the end of the 19th century, the player piano was becoming an item that was manufactured at an increasing rate of speed. And in fact, during the period 1900 to 1930, which is like the peak period of the player piano, the growth within that player piano industry was such that by 1919, there were more player pianos manufactured in the United States than standard pianos. And in fact, during the 1920s, during the decade of the 1920s, for much of that decade, the player piano industry was the second largest consumer products industry in the United States, second only to the automobile. By the end of the 1920s, the player piano went into a rather sudden decline. In part, it went into decline because pianos are big instruments. You've got to have a moderate amount of space in your house to have a piano. Player pianos were expensive. And while the sound quality of player pianos was really quite good during the 19-teens, 1920s, during the 1920s, the quality of sound coming from phonographs was increasing. Phonographs were a whole lot smaller, a whole lot cheaper, a whole lot easier to have in your home. And the radio had also been invented. And 1929, the Depression hit. And as we get into the 1930s, the player piano went into a decline, and it's never recovered. The player piano was controversial. It was controversial. In one sense, there were people who were expressing excitement about it. It was a great leveler. Companies that manufactured player pianos would advertise them by saying that, how many of you have a piano in your home? How many of you can actually play it? Well, if you get a player piano, you don't have to have any talent. Within an hour, you can be playing as well as a virtuoso. But there also were critics who were saying that this de-skills piano playing. It takes away the requirement of talent and practice and work, and just allows for the depreciation of music, of piano playing. The phonograph, the other of these disruptive sound technologies. Thomas Edison patented the phonograph in February of 1878. After, in December of 1877, for the first time ever, he spoke into a device, and the words he spoke were, "Mary had a little lamb." And distant from him, further away in his laboratory, his associates were able to hear that voice then being transmitted through this device. The first time ever that a human voice had ever been recorded and played back. 9 years later, Emil Berliner patented the gramophone. The phonograph, patented by Edison, had records. They were cylinders. Berliner devised a machine, the gramophone, and it had a flat disc record. These were the precursors of just what we refer to today as the record player. Vinyl records. That's what Berliner patented. The growth of the phonograph industry was dramatic. And I've got a few figures up here in terms of how the phonograph, the gramophone, the graphophone, which was patented by Alexander Graham Bell, all these competing devices ended up all becoming known as phonographs or record players. And the business of manufacturing phonographs and records became prominent and very lucrative. Again, late 1920s, the Depression hit, The record industry, the phonograph industry went in great decline, recovered by the mid to late 1930s through the 1940s, and then just took off in the 1950s and took off into the 1970s for a few reasons. First of all, 1948, Columbia Records introduced the 33 1/3 RPM LP, long play record album, the ones that are in the stores and that we buy today. RCA Victor, 1949, introduced the 45 RPM record. These new formats ended up gaining popularity into the early 1950s. By 1954, the record industry was getting strong. And then in 1955, Elvis Presley came along and the record industry just boomed. And then it leveled off in the early 1960s, and then the Beatles came and the record industry exploded. And by the 1970s, record players were reaching their peak. Although there was another innovation that messed them up, and that was the tape recorder. Introduced in the United States in the 1940s, and then in the 1960s, first with the 8-track player, and then with cassettes. These provided ways in which both pirates and home users could manufacture their own versions, could copy, could pirate. And that led to the decline of the record industry. Again, just like with the player piano, the phonograph was a controversial technology. There were some who thought that it was terrific. It diffused within American society dramatically, but yet there were a lot of critics. Recorded music was referred to as canned music. People like the composer John Philip Sousa thought that it was damaging the quality of American music. How did copyright law deal with the player piano and the phonograph? The initial cases that came before the courts to deal with these sound technologies, the first one, Kennedy v. McTammany in 1888, in this case, involving an inventor named John McTammany who developed an artificial organ called the organette that could play music using a roll or sheet of paper with perforations in it. First case, 1888. Kennedy owned the copyright to a certain piece of music. McTammany created a roll of paper with perforations that could, by sound, reproduce and play the piece of music copyrighted to Kennedy. And the court, in the Kennedy McTammany case, federal district court, ruled there was no copyright infringement. And the reason why is that copyright protected musical works, musical compositions written in staff notation on paper. The role that the organette could play didn't reproduce in writing anything that could be read. All it reproduced was something that could be heard by the ear. And the court said, that's not a copy. It's not infringement. There was a case out of the UK, Boozy v. White, reached the same result. Stern v. Rossi, Federal Court of Appeals out of DC in 1903. Whitesmith versus Apollo, 1908, this matter reached the US Supreme Court. Against the precedent of the McTammany, Boozy v. White, and Stern v. Rossi cases, the US Supreme Court, in a case involving Whitesmith Music Company that owned the copyright to 2 musical works, and Apollo. Apollo had, on piano rolls, reproduced those 2 musical works. If you had a player piano, you could listen to those 2 musical works. The Supreme Court held they were not copies. The piano rolls did not create copies of the musical works because, said the court, these musical tones are not a copy which appeals to the eye. In no sense can musical sounds which reach us through the sense of hearing be said to be copies, as that term is generally understood, and as we believe it was intended to be understood by the statutes under consideration. In a concurring opinion, Justice Holmes wrote, "The judgment of the court gives to copyright less scope than its rational significance. A musical composition is a rational collocation of sounds apart from concepts reduced to a tangible expression. On principle, anything that mechanically reproduces that collocation of sound ought to be held a copy." But it was not. Because under the Copyright Act of the United States, that sound reproduction was not considered a copy of the written staff notation. 1 year later, 1909, Congress did its first major amendment to the Copyright Act since the 19th century. And Congress indicated in the House report accompanying this statute, Congress indicated that the principal reason for amending the Copyright Act was Whitesmith. Everybody knew the Whitesmith case was nonsense. But it was a decision that the Supreme Court, in its majority opinion, the Supreme Court expressed regret that they had to decide the case the way they did, but that's what the statute required. In the Copyright Act of 1909, Congress introduced the compulsory license. In response to Whitesmith, Congress recognized that they wanted to protect the copyright to the musical work. And they did so by giving control to the copyright holder to that musical work, control over whether that piece, any piece, would be reproduced in sound on either a piano roll or a phonograph record. In the House Committee on Patents, they stated, "It is not the intention of the committee to extend the right of copyright to the mechanical reproductions themselves, but only to give the composer or copyright proprietor the control, in accordance with the provisions of the bill, of the manufacture and use of such devices." That is, by the 1909 Copyright Act, Congress gave control to the copyright holder to the musical work over whether that musical work could be reproduced in sound on either a piano roll or a phonograph record. But once a copyright holder either themselves created a sound recording or licensed someone else to, the compulsory license requirement required that the copyright holder let anybody now produce a piano roll or a phonograph record. They had to provide notice, the copyright holder had to provide notice that now this musical work is available to be made into a sound recording. And then those who did make a sound recording, either a roll or record, had to pay a 2-cent royalty for every roll, every record that was manufactured. In the aftermath of the Copyright Act of 1909. There was control given to the copyright holders of the musical works, but the sound recordings, piano rolls, and phonograph records were not protected. The result of that was that over the course of over 60 years, piano rolls, which ultimately, because of the player piano kind of lost favor, piano rolls kind of lost their significance, but the phonograph record became huge. For over 60 years, phonograph records were not protected by copyright. The result of that was that piracy in copying phonograph records became big business, particularly when the tape technology, especially the cassette tape, became so widespread. And it was with the widespread adoption of cassette tapes and the ease by which not only record pirates, but also people in their homes buying cheap cassette recorders and making copies of record albums, that by the early 1970s, the recording industry was lobbying Congress and saying, come on, it's been 60 years since the Copyright Act of 1909, and it is still the case that record albums are not protected. Sound recordings. Copyright, the Sound Recording Act of 1971 gave copyright protection to sound recordings for the first time. As of February 15, 1972, like record albums, then from that date forward were copyright protected. But everything pre-February 15, 1972 was not copyright protected. It wasn't until 2018 with the Music Modernization Act, the Classics Act part of the Music Modernization Act, not until 2018 did record albums from pre-February 15, 1972 receive any copyright protection. Now, where does this take us? What does this background provide in terms of Gen AI? I'm not going to pretend to have an understanding of how the technology works in terms of the input of data, whether it be music or other data, into artificial intelligence systems. I'm also not going to pretend that I understand how player pianos work in terms of the pneumatic systems and the reeds and bellows that go into player pianos, or how to me, the technological magic of capturing sound waves onto a vinyl disc and then using a machine with a needle to be able to play that back. I'm not going to pretend to understand how that works either. But the question for this conference is not how do these technologies work, but how does copyright law deal with them? And in terms of the lessons that come from looking at the history of the player piano and the phonograph, we're going to be hearing in a few minutes about some of the ways in which copyright law, particularly like fair use, can deal with these questions of AI and ingestion of music. We want to suggest that apart from fair use, that maybe looking back to like the Copyright Act of 1909 and the history from the sound recordings, that some kind of licensing structure, individual licensing, collective licensing, some perhaps statutory structured licensing, may be a way forward to try to provide protection for the creative artists who are putting together the musical works that are then, or sound recordings that are going into the generative AI systems. You know, the parallels, the analogies that we want to draw from 1908, 1909 to today. In 1908, 1909, we had one type of musical expression that was protected by copyright. That was musical works. We had a disruptive technology, in fact, two disruptive technologies, the player piano and the phonograph. These systems, these sound recording systems, could record in sound, could reproduce in sound what was produced, what was protected by copyright in the written form. But the courts, the Supreme Court, following other courts, held that was not a copy. It was not a copy for two reasons. One, it was in a different physical form. The fixation provided in these sound recordings was in a different form, a different medium, different tangible medium of expression from the written musical compositions. And secondly, the perception was not by way of the same, like organ, not by way of the eye, but rather the ear. And so what the Supreme Court held in White-Smith was it's not a copy. It may be a reproduction, but it's not an infringing copy. And what Congress then did in 1909 is it said, we're going to give control. Going to the title of this symposium, Creativity and Control in an Age of Innovation. The Congress in 1909 gave control to the creative artist of the protected musical composition, but did not give protection to the infringing, arguably infringing, form of reproduction that was in a different medium. Today, we have two forms of protected, copyright-protected musical expression, musical works and sound recordings. And today, we have one type of technology, Gen AI, that is providing a novel, an innovative way of reproducing, of copying, of fixing. And all of those are questions of that the Gen AI companies are all saying, well, we're not copying, we're not fixing, we're not really reproducing. But that's what is at issue. And again, just as in 1908, 1909, we have a different form, a different medium, a different tangible medium of expression, where that different medium of expression is not in writing, something that can be read. It's not in sound, something that can be heard. It's in the system as weights, as parameters. And it cannot, and so we cannot, we've got a different form, we cannot perceive it. The same thing as we had back in 1908, 1909. And so it's our recommendation that, again, Just as Congress did in 1909 with the Copyright Act, control, again, with the title of this symposium, control to the creative artists should be paramount. That's my point.
Thank you. We'll now invite up Owen Wolf.
Good afternoon. And as you heard, I'm Owen Wolf, partner at Seyfarth Shaw, based here in New York, and would like to thank Fordham Law and the Journal for having me this afternoon. And great to hear from Dr. Lind and to talk about these really important and interesting issues. So I'm going to be covering sort of the current lay of the land when it comes to court decisions about generative AI and copyright infringement. Particularly what the courts have said about the fair use doctrine that we heard a little bit about. And from there, sort of take a look at where we might be headed and give you at least some food for thought about whether the current state of the law and the Copyright Act is up to the task, or whether, as Dr. Lind suggested, maybe we need some changes and some amendments to deal with this groundbreaking new technology. So before I dive in, I do have to give the standard disclaimer that all views that I'm going to express are my own and don't reflect the views of Seyfarth Shaw. All right, so with that, start out, I'm sure many of you are familiar with the fair use doctrine, but just to sort of quickly go over what that's all about for the folks who maybe don't know, it's a defense to copyright infringement. And when courts are considering fair use, they look at 4 factors. The first one being the purpose and character of the use, including whether the use is of a commercial nature or is for nonprofit educational purposes. Really, what the courts are looking at primarily with that factor is whether the alleged infringing work is sort of transformative as compared to the original work. If you're just taking an existing photograph that's protected by a copyright and adding, let's say, a purple border to it or something, you're probably infringing. That's not really transformative, but you could imagine a scenario where you take a photograph and chop it up into 1,000 pieces and sort of put it with other elements. Maybe that would be transformative. So that's sort of the idea there. The second factor looks at the nature of the original copyrighted work. Could be whether that work was published, although that's not dispositive in the analysis. Could be looking at whether it's a fictional work, in which case it's maybe more likely that there's been infringement, just because in a nonfiction work, you can't copyright facts. So it comes down to whether there's been an infringement of sort of how those facts were expressed, and that can get a little bit more nuanced. So that sort of thing. The third factor looks at how much of the copyrighted work was used in the alleged infringing work, particularly sort of relative to that copyrighted work as a whole. So, again, just as sort of a oversimplified example, if you copied a single sentence from a 1,000-page book, is that, enough? Maybe, maybe not, but that's sort of what that question is looking at. And then finally, the fourth factor is the effect of the alleged infringing work on the potential market or value of the copyrighted work. And that's one that courts tend to focus on quite a bit, although, as we'll hear in a little bit, there can be some courts that focus on it less than others. But, just as sort of a quick example on that one, there's a famous decision from the early 1990s from the U.S. Second Circuit Court of Appeals here in New York relating to a TV show, happens to be a favorite of mine, called Twin Peaks. And there was a book that was published without authorization that summarized some of the episodes of that TV show. And the Second Circuit found that the fourth factor weighed in favor of finding infringement because if folks got that book and they read the summaries, maybe they wouldn't buy or rent an episode of the show that they had missed, or maybe they wouldn't buy other authorized Twin Peaks books that were on the market. So that's sort of the basic idea with that factor. So now, as I'm sure everybody knows, there have been just a whole bunch of lawsuits brought against AI companies alleging copyright infringement in connection with ChatGPT, Claude, and other AI programs. And so we've started to get a few rulings on fair use in the context of generative AI and sort of how those factors play out there. So far to date, the rulings have really been focused on the training of AI programs, and there hasn't been a whole lot about the output of the AI programs, at least when it comes to fair use. So probably the biggest, maybe most important decision to date is one that came out of the federal court in the Northern District of California in a case called Bartz versus Anthropic. Anthropic, I believe, is the maker of the Claude AI program. And essentially, the court held that using copies of books to train an AI program was fair use. And the court in that case was really, really focused on the first factor and the fact that, at least in the court's view, what was going on was pretty transformative. The AI company was taking the books, sort of, feeding them into whatever, like Dr. Lind, I don't pretend to understand the technology, but, ultimately sort of arriving at an AI program that could, generate outputs based on that training. So overall, it sounded like a pretty good ruling for Anthropic, except that the court held that Anthropic had obtained apparently a bunch of books from sort of pirate sites, so they weren't really legal copies. And with respect to those, Anthropic had just sort of taken those, stored them in an internal library that it could use for whatever purposes down the road. And the court said, you can't just have sort of a library of illegally obtained books sitting around, even if you're sort of ultimately planning to use it for something like training that would be fair use. It's not fair use for you to have these pirate books. So that portion of it is not fair use. And that ruling, pretty quickly after that ruling came out, Anthropic actually agreed to a blockbuster $1.5 billion settlement, the approval of which remains pending. The court, I think, currently is scheduled to perform a fairness hearing to decide whether it's fair to members of the class that's represented in that lawsuit. So we'll see, but the court, at least preliminarily, has given it a blessing. But there was another court also in the same district, Northern District of California, that was confronted with this issue and basically said, I think the courts in Bartz versus Anthropic got it wrong. I think we should start from the idea that taking copyrighted works and using them without permission to train an AI model is not fair use. And their focus was really on that fourth factor, which was the effect of on the market for the copyrighted works and whether that would be impacted by what the AI companies were doing. But even though that court sort of said that and said, yeah, I don't really think it's fair use in most cases, the court actually ruled against the plaintiffs in that case and in favor of the AI company, basically said, based on the specific facts in front of me, I think I can't rule in favor of the plaintiffs that it was not fair use here, even though I sort of feel in general that this isn't right. So sort of an interesting mixed decision there. Also had a case recently in federal court in Delaware where a company was taking head notes from Westlaw. So if anybody's ever been on Westlaw, you certainly know that there are sort of summaries of holdings of a court case when you go onto Westlaw. A competitor took those head notes, they made their own summaries of the head notes, and then they used those to program an AI program that was supposed to power a competing legal research tool. And a federal court in Delaware said, no, you can't do that. The head notes are copyrightable, and what you're doing is not fair use. You didn't really transform them. You're using them to create a competing product. So that one's up on appeal right now to the Third Circuit. So we'll see if it stands, but just sort of another data point in the overall discussion of fair use. Now, when it comes to output, which has been another issue in some of these lawsuits, there's a big one right here in New York, in the Southern District of New York, where a number of different lawsuits by authors, by the New York Times, by others have all sort of been consolidated together into a single proceeding. And one of the allegations in that case, which is against OpenAI, the creator of ChatGPT, is that some of the outputs that ChatGPT generates are substantially similar to copyrighted works, and therefore the outputs are copyright infringement. And OpenAI tried to get those cases dismissed. It said, no, the outputs aren't similar enough. It's not copyright infringement. And the court here in New York took a look at some of the allegations specifically relating to the book Game of Thrones, and took a look at a summary of the books that was generated by ChatGPT, and also looked at a ChatGPT created outline for a sequel to the book series. And the court said, at least at the beginning of the case here, I think that's enough to say, yeah, ChatGPT is producing things that are substantially similar. But the court specifically said, I'm not going to get into fair use. We're not going to do that yet. I don't want to deal with that now. You're going to have to go into discovery, and we'll revisit that down the road. So that case is moving ahead, but we don't know what's going to end up happening on fair use yet, and we'll have to see how it plays out. So, again, sort of a mixed bag, but I guess overall you would say maybe favorable to the AI companies for the most part when it comes to fair use, at least so far, but not always. And pretty much all of these cases, interestingly, have involved written works for the most part. There were some cases that were brought by major music studios, but pretty much all those cases have settled. And in fact, as part of those settlements, at least in some cases, the music companies have announced that they've entered into partnerships with the AI companies that they were previously suing. So, we'll see what happens there, but there have been also more recently some individual musicians that have sued AI companies alleging copyright infringement. Also, at the end of last month, a group of music publishing companies sued Anthropic, again, that we heard about earlier, also in California, and essentially said, hey, Anthropic has downloaded pirated copies of various songs, and based on the Bartz versus Anthropic decision, that's not okay, it's not fair use, and so they're suing them on that basis, and really sort of everything hinging on that Bartz decision. So that one's, again, very early on. Will be probably quite some time before we get a decision, but really starting to see some things bubble up that are more specific to music and how that works. So I think all these cases are pretty interesting and reveal some of the tensions that come up with this issue, and whether it's fair use, is it not? And even the courts themselves seem sort of torn about this, particularly the case I mentioned earlier where the judge disagreed with that Anthropic decision and said, I really don't like what's going on here, but I'm not going to rule in favor of the plaintiffs anyway. And, that tension, I think, is evident throughout the cases. So I think it's a difficult question because it sort of brings up issues of what's fair, what's just, that sort of thing. Going back to the Twin Peaks case that I mentioned earlier, I interviewed the federal district judge a few years ago who decided that case and sort of asked him how he approached copyright and infringement cases in general. And he said, when I first saw the complaint in the court papers in that particular case, I knew right away this book is a knockoff. They're trying to cash in on what was at the time a successful television show and make a buck off of it. So I went into the case sort of thinking about it in that way and seeing if the law matched up with what I thought would be the just result, which is finding that this book is infringing. And sure enough, the judge got to that result that he thought was just from, just based on the facts. But here, it's not quite so black and white. We're not dealing with a knockoff book or something like that. And again, it sort of raises questions about whether this is, in fact, fair use. And I think there are good faith arguments on both sides. Certainly musicians are rightfully apprehensive or upset about the idea that there are these programs that are being trained potentially on their songs and then being used to generate new content that could replicate or replace them. And, it's sort of all being done without their authorization, without any sort of licensing fees or anything like that. On the other hand, the AI programs, at least in theory, are making sort of brand new content and are augmenting or expanding the bounds of human creativity and in many different ways, some that maybe wouldn't have been explored, without this technology. I don't know if anybody else has seen this, but, I know one that sort of kept popping up on my social media feeds was, there's a song that was popular back when I didn't have gray hair, which was the Thong Song by Cisco. And somebody took that, if you're not familiar with it, sort of like an R&B upbeat pop song and transformed it into sort of a gospel or choir version. That's just, it's crazy, but, stuff that maybe wouldn't have been thought of or explored again, whether it was cost prohibitive or technology prohibitive without this new Gen AI technology. So it poses difficult questions, particularly if the output is sort of a brand new song that maybe sounds a little bit like a particular singer, but it's not their voice, it's not their lyrics. Is that really going to, sort of disrupt the market for a particular singer? Maybe not. And then also the difficult question of whether the training constitutes fair use, is a particularly tough one because on the one hand, particularly where an AI company has sort of legally purchased songs or other works and then has fed them into a model that, again, is creating brand new output that maybe is not too similar to the original stuff. Is that transformative? Is that okay? Again, something about it maybe doesn't feel quite right, but it's hard to sort of say, at least under the existing law, that may not be fair use. So I think I'll close sort of circling back to Dr. Lin's point that we may be at a moment where the existing copyright laws aren't really up to the task or aren't able to address this technology because it's so groundbreaking, so new and so different that we may be at a point where we sort of need to adapt the law. Unfortunately, I think it's fair to say that there's no reasonably imminent prospect of Congress doing anything to sort of amend the law, and it's really going to be in the courts. And whether the courts are sort of willing to take the factors and, as the judge I mentioned earlier, sort of look at what would be a fair and just result given all the circumstances here, and we'll see where we end up. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now invite up both of our panelists and Dean Ron Lezebnik. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. All right. Good to see everyone here. So these were very interesting discussions to listen to. One of the things that struck me, Douglas, in kind of you reminding us of the history of what ultimately in copyright laws is known as phono records, right? Which is like a combination of the two things you were talking about is the legal term that they ended up with. There's in hindsight, some academics talk about whether or not it was appropriate to make sound recordings part of copyright law, or whether we should have just put them kind of in a new bucket, a new kind of intellectual property law, because they're not exactly like what came before them. And some argue that by including sound recordings, we kind of gum up the works for other kind of legal analysis around copyright law in terms of infringement analysis and whatnot. And we could get into that potentially. But I think, if I heard kind of your central thesis correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is your point is that for this new kind of technology, we should look to the solution of the mechanic license that was put in there, right? The idea that it's not a question of did you infringe, did you not infringe? It's a question of, are you following this prescriptive path of if you're going to go down this road, you have to pay a royalty, and the royalty in the sound recording realm is set initially by statute, and what happens in truth is people operate in the shadow of that and come up with agreements that they know that is the alternative that they have to pay if nothing else. So in some sense, is your solution to say, like, look, it doesn't matter whether or not this is infringement or not. The point is just pay the people whose works you're using, and let's not get into a question of fair use. Let's not get into a question of infringement.
That's a complicated question. Is this on? Can you hear me? There's a lot to say in response to that question. I'm not sure why sound recordings, like phono records, as they're referred to now, should not be considered writings under the copyright clause any less than the myriad of things that are now considered writings. Like it was, as I mentioned, in 1790, the things that counted as writings under the copyright clause, like the term writings is in the copyright clause, that's what is protected. Maps, charts, and books. But then there came to be, in 1865, photographs, 1912, motion pictures, dramatic performances are copyrighted. What is distinct about sound recordings? Why are they questioned more than, say, a motion picture or a photograph as something that, or paintings, which are now protected, artwork? And one of the things I wonder, and this is just personal speculation, is that we humans, our dominant organ for perceiving the world is our eyes. It is so dominant compared to hearing or smell or touch. And I wonder if in part that is why we give such priority to what we can see. And that when you mentioned like why maybe there should have been a different sort of type of copyright protection for sound recordings.
We call it a neighboring right is the academic term.
A neighboring right. And that actually leads me to think about something that Dr. Holtz and I are now working on, sort of as a sequel to this player piano piece, is looking at unfixed live musical performances that are not protected by copyright and which are just readily available in terms of tape recordings that go back to the 1950s, 1940s, and all the video recordings that so many of us make when we go to concerts and we have our cell phones. And then those get posted to Many of them just get shared among people, but sometimes they get posted to YouTube. And then there are takedown notices, and we have the Anti-Bootleg Act. And the Anti-Bootleg Act is sort of a neighboring, as you put it, it's a type of copyright protection. It is referred to by courts as quasi-copyright. And that one of the things that we're looking into is, well, in terms of AI ingestion of music, it's both the music works as well as sound recordings, they are protected by copyright. And so the questions for like fair use get into fair use of copyrighted works. But the live music performances that have not been fixed in the copyright sense, they're basically available for anyone to use with their AI systems. And I think that is a particularly problematic part of in terms of danger for music.
So I will say at the international level, there are treaties that speak to those performances. There's the Rome Convention that is about sound performances, and then more recently, the Beijing Treaty covers the performances of actors and whatnot as well, and the kind of unauthorized recording of such performances. So I look forward to kind of reading up your kind of look into those. Owen, so Douglas points out, right, part of the problem that they had back when they were looking at the phonograph and the record was initially the idea, right, that because a human couldn't read what a player piano was essentially reading mechanically, it's not covered by copyright as described back then. My take on the current set of cases that involve AI is that issue in the training, right, like when litigating the training, that they don't exactly talk about the ingestion of the copyrighted material in the same way. But tell me, is it the case that, when the judges are looking at this, they're saying, well, we don't know exactly what the AI is doing in training. It's a black box even in terms of the ingestion of what is otherwise copyrightable data? Or is it really they're putting the question mark on, yes, I feed it, but I have no idea what it's doing once I've fed it? Where's the question mark there?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely some of that going on. And I think judges, like many of us, struggle understanding the technology. And that may be part of what's driving this idea that what's going on is so transformative that it ends up being fair use. But it's interesting because at least some of the judges are sort of analogizing the situation to a person who listens to a bunch of music recordings, they get inspired by it. They make their own musical piece after sort of studying music composition and these great works and then producing their own song. And at least in the Bartz versus Anthropic case, the judge said, I don't really see how AI is any different than that. It's listening to these songs and it's coming up with something new based on that training. I think there's some of that going on as well, which again may stem from not really fully understanding the technology, but interesting to see how other courts are going to feel about that.
Yeah, I could envision that. So the defense lawyers in these cases have kind of a great setup already for them in storytelling, but because the technology underlying this generative AI is artificial neural networks, right? And to try to explain that to a judge, right, they'll say, well, it's like a neural network. It's like your brain, right? So the story is already there. It's like, judge, it's like you heard it. The AI is hearing it, right? It's an artificial version of the brain. So I think what you're kind of referring to is like, yeah, the defense attorney can easily just say, well, it's like a brain, judge. So, if you think a brain is okay, then this must be okay too.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. And, again, sort of even with the brain, you don't always know exactly how you get from point A to point B. And I think that's true with AI as well. If you ask an AI to create a song in the style of Chapel Roan, for example, you have no idea if the AI sort of went back into its brain and actually accessed or listened to one of her songs to get to the end result. We don't really know what's going on in there. And, again, I think that makes it easy for defense attorneys to sort of throw up a lot of clouds and say, well, like you said, it's just sort of the creative process and it's getting there how it's getting there, and it's a new work. So say, okay.
Yeah. So Douglas, with regard to kind of these litigations and talking about the training piece from your perspective, and in his discussion of the fair use cases, Owen pointed out that one of the issues that kind of made it more acceptable for at least the California court was the fact of whether the works the AI was being trained on were obtained legally versus in an illegal fashion, as in where they had authorized copies of the works versus they had unauthorized copies of the works. As you're envisioning a solution for AI based on the historical lens that we're looking at, for you, is there a difference between those two? That if I had authorized copies of the works, I can train the AI however I want, versus if I didn't, that's when the new solution comes in.
I think that makes all the difference in the world, actually, because it's a matter of who gets control. Does the control over whether creative human works of music lies with the human as to whether those are then copied and reproduced by an AI company, or does the control over whether those works are ingested and reproduced by the AI company, does that control lie with the AI company? I think that's the question that I think we need to be addressing, is who's going to have the control?
Yeah.
And I think that, I find, if I can just kind of respond to Owen's point, that I guess both of your points in terms of talking about the neural networks and there's the human brain. And if the AI systems are based on neural networks kind of replicating the human brain, what's the difference? And there has been, borrowing in music has been the name of the game. Basically going back to, at least to the classical era, it's well documented how much the most famous of the classical composers were borrowing from each other. And so that the neural networks of the human creative spirit have always been churning by listening to each other, building off of that. Does it matter whether it's a human neural network or an artificial human network? And I think that, in part, that's what we're really struggling with, is with getting into this, Gen AI, is that and that's where the dangers somehow lie, with even those who are at the corporate center of promoting this technology are also among the ones who are most weary about where it could potentially be taking us. But I do think that that question, to me, is quite central as to whether it matters if it's human created or not.
Yeah. So what's kind of interesting about kind of focusing on that piece of whether or not the copies were authorized, I'm going to take us back to the early 2000s. There was another case, another class action that involved a lot of copyrights, copyrighted books, which is the Google Books case, right? And in that scenario, Google was assisting libraries and universities and public libraries in scanning their corpus of books for the purposes of, for them to have digital copies of their works, but so that Google can offer people back then what was Google Book Search, the idea that they would offer, again, like a very great defense attorney kind of term, a snippet, right? It's not the book, it's just a snippet, right, of the copyrighted work, so that you could find out that this is a book that has material in there. And I highlight this case because Google scanned it, and at the time it was found to be a fair use, right? That the idea of scanning these books for purposes of creating a searchable index of them was considered a fair use by then District Judge Chin, who is a Fordham alum of ours, and now sits on the Court of Appeals of the Second Circuit. And I highlight this because Google also happens to be in the AI game now, and right, they produce Gemini, right? And Gemini may or may not, I don't know, I don't have the keys to Google, may or may not have access to this huge database of books that was already found to be in fair use possession by Google. And I'm just going to pause there and let the two of you react to that fact pattern that I just laid out. Owen.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's interesting. And in fact, the Bartz versus Anthropic decision specifically dealt with scanning of books, because that was one of the arguments, whether, they weren't just, they had purchased hard copy books and they were scanning them and then uploading those. And was that fair use? And the judge said, yeah. And, for similar reasons as in the Google book case, or again, sort of analogizing it to a person who bought a book and then, scanned it to do whatever with at home. Although, of course, they're not just using it at home here, using it to generate millions or billions of dollars. So again, it feels a little different, but yeah, I think to Dr. Lynn's point, at least if there's been a legal purchase, there's been at least some sort of control. There's been some sort of payment, presumably, to somebody involved with the creation, and they're taking it and using it for something that's arguably brand new and very different from what the original work was. But it can sort of depend, and we'll see as the courts sort of grapple with the other side, which is not the training, but the output, whether we get some different decisions on that front.
Yeah, I do want to point out, right, that there is kind of a different copyright right implicated in what you just described, right? Because when we talk about the purchase of the book, right? In copyright land, we call that the first sale doctrine. In intellectual property law, generally, we call it exhaustion, right? The exhaustion of rights with regard to that copy of the work. But exhaustion and the first sale doctrine don't actually cover your ability to make a copy, right, of a work that you have, right? Like you can resell the copy that you have. You can't reproduce a new copy from the copy that you have, right? And the scanning of a book, right? Like the original crux of the Google Books case issue was the reprint, right? By scanning the book in, you are making a new digital copy of the work. And I'll let you react to that statement if you want, right? That there is a different kind of right being implicated at the core, separate from like, yes, I bought a book, but like I bought a book for one reason, and now I'm using it for an entirely different reason that implicates a new right within copyright.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. No, and I think it's a pretty thorny issue, and I think that's part of why the court in the Anthropic case really focused on the transformative nature and how we're sort of taking a book and doing something very different with it than its original format, and that was sort of the crux for that judge. But then the judge who disagreed with him in the same California district said, well, wait a minute, this is going to be impacting the market for these books, and people are going to be less likely to buy, and this, that, and the other. I don't think this is okay. And yeah, where we land on that, I think, again, the courts are still sort of grappling, and it's very complex issue.
Absolutely. So I'm at the 10-minute mark. So that means that if you guys have questions, I want to invite them. And I do see a hand up. So We'll start with the gentleman over here, and a microphone is slowly coming up to you. Over here, right there.
I hope I'm not out of my depth because this is not my field and it's something I don't know a great deal about. But going to the concept of trademarks, my understanding is that an important issue in deciding whether or not a trademark is infringed is whether there may be a mistake made. In other words, if I'm, if I have an Acme company, it's a company that's called Acme's, might we be mistaken one for the other? In other words, if I use their trademark or a very similar name, might there be confusion? And do you think that maybe this analysis could be applied to AI copies? In other words, if something results from what you, sir, said, is the operation of what's effectively a brain. It may not be a human brain, it may be a technological brain, but it's going through its thing and doing what a brain would do to possibly modify or build upon something that's already copyrighted. Could it be that legislation, do you think that it would be a good idea for legislation to be written with an eye towards whether or not there would be confusion? In other words, if the AI product might be confused with the original one, do you think that that might be a criteria to use in terms of protection?
Yeah, so I'll say, and then I'll let both of you kind of comment. The closest copyright law comes to this idea is the concept of attribution. It's known as one of the moral rights. We don't actually have that here in the US for most things, right? But internationally, it is a more recognized kind of right. And this would be like a misattribution almost kind of idea, that right? Like, you think you bought something of mine, but you didn't, and that has hurt me as a copyright holder just as much as if you kind of copied my work. But I'll let either of you kind of respond if you'd want to insert that kind of analysis into.
If I could just give you one tangible example, the thing that comes to my mind, maybe I'm showing my age here, is I remember the case of when the Kinks sued the Doors, over the song, Hello, I Love You, Won't You Tell Me Your Name? Or Girl, I Want to Love You in the Daytime, All Day and All of the Night, whether those could be mistaken for the other. I think that was an issue in that particular case. I just thought I would bring that up.
Yeah, I think they did in the end frame for that case it was the idea of substantial similarity of the chords, which is part of copyright law, less and less analogous to like the trademark likelihood of confusion. But I'll let our panelists react if they want to.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the substantial similarity is probably the better way to go for copyright, just because I guess the issue with copyright is it's not just confusion, but the idea that somebody's actually taking your work and using it another way to try to make a profit. And if it's substantially similar, even if the person who didn't buy or the person who bought it was not confused, it's still impacting the market for the original copyright holder's work, and we want to make sure that we protect that. But I mean, I think that the confusion issue generally is a good point, because this technology is so advanced and getting more advanced every day, and it's producing things, particularly in music and video, that are so lifelike and seem so real that we may come to a point where it's almost indistinguishable from the original artist. And I think it probably would be a good idea for there to be legislation to sort of address that and make sure that the original human artists are protected. But we'll see if that actually develops.
There were questions back there. Yeah.
So I would just want to add to what Owen had said and just say that I think that that's a really interesting question that you raised, and it's one that we talk so much in terms of like substantial similarity, and your question really is going to not just similarity, but like difference in a way that is where it becomes confused, and I think that is It's like getting into like derivative works in a sense, but also with going to like with the fair use, the transformative. And if it's transformative in a way that would lead someone to say that, well, that this is someone trying to copy my work, but they just got it all wrong and confused. Well, that seems like it must have been transformative to some degree.
All right, question.
It was mentioned earlier that, and it's a bit of a legal truism at this point, that the opposite of progress is Congress here. And I was wondering, as we know, that state law and contract law oftentimes fills in those gaps when the federal government does not respond. I'm aware that Tennessee passed their Elvis Act protecting musicians' voices with their likeness, but I was wondering how, in practice, you guys are able to advise your clients of how to better protect their voice specifically in a very unstable and unpredictable future for many young, especially aspiring musicians.
So I guess the question really goes to the right of publicity laws, right? That you can find in many states that cover name, image, and likeness. Douglas, since you're not a practicing attorney, maybe we'll let Owen take this one.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. It's definitely tricky because, again, part of the issue here is that we don't have a uniform federal law of the type that we see sort of in Europe and some other places where there are protections. There's sort of a comprehensive scheme to deal with that. We don't have that here, and it's really a patchwork where we have some states, as you mentioned, Tennessee and a few others protecting that, other states not so much. So, I think it's hard to advise a client. I mean, hard to say, well, you should move to this state and then you'll be protected. But to sort of take advantage of all the various IP rights that are out there, and it may not be specifically their voice, but, there are potentially trademark rights for certain images or logos or phrases. Copyright protection to the extent that you can for certain works, and try to just, explore all of those avenues, take advantage of the state laws that are out there. And, I think a lot of folks are also advocating for state legislatures and Congress and federal regulators, although, a little tough right now, but to sort of try to get more protections out there.
Well, I mean, I'll point out, you never know where it's going to come from. The Music Modernization Act that the Douglas referred to earlier was part of our COVID relief bill, right? Because when you think music modernization, you think relief from COVID, right? That's, of course, how everybody envisions it. But Douglas, it looked like you wanted to say something.
Oh, I just wanted to add in terms of the question that the patchwork of state law, federal law, one of the real challenges that creative musicians have in terms of getting protection from state law goes back to the Wheaton v. Peters case from the 1840s, where the Supreme Court ruled that while there is common law copyright, that once works in the United States are published, common law copyright protection ends. And so if what we're looking at are protections of works that are copyrighted, that state law is basically fully preempted by federal law. And so there are, like, as Ron was saying, the right of publicity laws, there are privacy laws, but those vary so substantially from state to state, and that it does become a matter of thinking about where do you want to live. So, but I guess that way, music just falls in a lot of the other areas of social life these days where you want certain protections, you may have to move.
Yeah, although it's not shocking that the places with the strongest right of publicity laws happen to be Tennessee, New York, and California, right? It seemed to correlate. We're officially out of time. Thank you for this wonderful discussion. This has been a lot of food for thought. Thank you all for sticking around for our panel. Apologies to those questions we couldn't get to, but I think the panelists are going to be here for a little while longer. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all for joining us for the final panel of the day. This is Rules of the Runway, Trademarks, Counterfeits, and Global Fashion. This will be a moderated group discussion, and I ask that you please hold your questions until the end. The CLE code for this panel is IMG26. Again, that is IMG26. Please write that down for your records. And now I'd like you all to join me in welcoming our four panelists, Claudine Meredith Goujon, John Maltby, Amanda Slayton, and Diane Finguera Ducharme, as well as our moderator, Professor Susan Scafidi. Thank you all.
We are fully aware that we are the last thing standing between you and cocktails, so we will try to make this as much fun as possible. So today you have had journalism, you have had music, you have had sports, all great areas. And then there's fashion, which is, some of you have heard me say before, a very imperfect fit with the intellectual property system. In brief, right, the title of our panel has to do with trademarks, in part because that's the only thing we're ever really sure of. That is to say, at the margins, copyright covers bits of fashion, but by and large, fashion, yes, is a creative medium, but is too functional for the Copyright Office. Sometimes we get some patents through, whether those are utility patents or design patents. But again, by and large, fashion either doesn't rise to the appropriate level of novelty, or it's just not cost effective, leaving us with trademarks. So we always know we can rely on protecting those labels and logos, but increasingly we're thinking about how far we can stretch trademark law. And so we're thinking a little bit more about trade dress, that is to say the protection of product configuration, our product design in fashion, in our sister field of cosmetics and personal care products. It might be a little more about product packaging. But here to talk about all of this today is, as Basha suggested, our incredible panel. And by the way, thank you, IPLJ, for putting all this together. And thank you, Basha, for connecting us. So I will do very brief introductions and then turn it over to our panelists. So, as Basha mentioned, Amanda Slayton is Principal Counsel for the Americas and Corporate Secretary at Burberry. She is also a proud Fordham alumna, so we're thrilled to have her home. And interestingly, as Principal Counsel or General Counsel, she came from employment law, so it's not always about IP, although she does find herself doing quite a bit of IP lately, including IP licensing. By the way, if you drove down Lexington Avenue during the holiday season and saw that gorgeous building wrap around Bloomingdale's, the Burberry wrap, that was all Amanda. So we're glad to have her here. In addition to Amanda, I have right next to me John Maltby. John is Director of Civil Enforcement for Intellectual Property at Louis Vuitton North America. In this building, John is also known as Professor Maltby, having taught, he denies it, but having taught our Fashion Law Practicum course for how many years now? Do we remember? 5? I think it might be more than that. If Janet were here, she would know, who coaches with John. John has actually been here since before 8 o'clock this morning to speak on a panel first thing in the morning, has spent the entire day, and is just a wonderful corporate citizen in that regard. We're always thrilled to have him. The other great thing about John is he's always got some great toys somewhere. And speaking of toys, so some of which are not that kind of toys. This is recorded, right? Oops. So some of which are actual Louis Vuitton products and other products from sister brands. Others are the fakes, which are perhaps even more interesting in their own twisted ways. Speaking of toys, we have with us Claudine Meredith Goujon, who's a partner at Paul Weiss. Interestingly, Meredith takes IP in a slightly different direction, working in the IP transactional area, including on M&A, which means that, I mentioned toys, toys, Claudine has a wall of deal toys in her office. So she gets the cool stuff after she completes. It's not just, we finish a project, we get a grade, we maybe have the satisfaction of finishing a case. Claudine gets prizes, which is kind of amazing. And finally, next to John, we have Diane Finguera Ducharme, who is also a partner at Bennett Pryor Cashman and does IP litigation. And has mentioned also that, would you like to share your fun fact?
Sure. I do have toys too.
Yes.
That's the nice thing about doing trademark litigation. I've got a bunch of knockoffs in my office, which is always fun. But my fun fact is good for the law students to know that when you start your career, you don't need to start in the area of law that you want to eventually be in. So I started as an antitrust lawyer. And back in the days when there was no electronic discovery. So I spent a lot of time in New Jersey looking through a lot of paper documents in boxes with temp attorneys who just didn't want the job to end. And I was trying to quickly go through as much as possible. And the stress too, I was the first year. And back in the day, you would find out if you passed the bar by letter. So I was so nervous that I was going to be the only one of the first years there who did not pass the bar. I did, but I had to wait all day knowing the letter was at home. So things have changed.
So a very happy ending. Right?
Very happy ending.
From stuck in a warehouse with boxes, wondering about your future career to where you're sitting now is a pretty nice journey.
Yes.
So congratulations. And I needed you to tell that, because that image I could not have recreated in the same way. All right. So let's begin perhaps with Amanda and John telling us a little bit about what they do with regard to brand protection, which is kind of a wonderful term, right? That we talk about in legal terms. We always talk about IP enforcement, but brand protection sounds so much more noble. I feel like John and Amanda should be riding in here on white horses. So tell us a little bit just about that. That's the other thing you've got at home.
A white horse?
wait,
No,
wait.
I don't have a so do I, but
So tell us a little bit about what you do in this regard.
Sure. Well, as Professor Scafidi mentioned, my name is Amanda Slayton, and I'm Principal Counsel for Burberry Americas. In that role, I look after all areas of law, and certainly, as with any global fashion brand, intellectual property is one of those very important areas of law. In luxury fashion, intellectual property is brand equity. So as in-house counsel, it's our responsibility to protect our brand's name and reputation from any acts that could be considered damaging or dilutive of the brand. So certainly a big part of it is managing our trademarks and protecting against any infringing actions. But as principal counsel, you really are a strategic business advisor to executive leadership as well. So from a commercial perspective, a lot of what I do involves IP licensing and thinking about strategically which kinds of businesses we want to partner with in terms of IP partnerships and licensed businesses, and really identifying those businesses that can enhance our brand value, that doesn't create too much market saturation. Obviously, part of the asset is the scarcity in luxury fashion. And really aligning with partners that share your same core values so that you're presenting a consistent and an authentic message. So as Professor Scafidi mentioned, one of our most recent projects in the IP world, and one that I'm particularly proud of, is our partnership with Bloomingdale's over the festive period, where we were working on special edition products sold exclusively at Bloomingdale's. We wrapped the building in a check scarf facade. And we prepared packaging that really incorporated both of the IP of Bloomingdale's and of Burberry. So it's those types of things commercially and also, of course, from the enforcement side that we deal with as in-house counsel, and really thinking strategically and as an in-house lawyer, being able to guide those discussions with the business executives is something that I think is very interesting and important when we think about luxury fashion.
And you have an example of that collab with you right now.
I do. I wasn't expecting to show it so early on in the panel.
We can hold it.
Just thought sometimes visuals tell the best message. And this was the packaging that was used. And as you can imagine, you know, it looks like a shopping bag, which it is. But all of the thought and the strategy that went into how we are protecting both parties' IP and partnering with such an amazing luxury brand like Bloomingdale's and bringing some quintessential Britishness to Manhattan really, I think, depicts an IP partnership gone right.
Bravo.
So yesterday I was actually at the University of Pennsylvania Law School doing another panel. I've got a problem saying no. And the lunchtime talk was actually from my colleague Rodney Pratt, who's the general counsel of LVMH, and he sort of described his career and the notion that as a lawyer, looking sort of in the macro sense, you kind of want your career to look like an hourglass. You sort of start out broad, kind of narrow, and kind of develop an expertise in a certain area. Then you kind of want to then expand to become general counsel and kind of, again, general counsel for a reason. You touch a lot of things. I've never quite gotten to that third stage of my career. Maybe I'll invent immortality and I'll get there eventually. But I've been sort of doing IP brand enforcement in particular for about the last 25 years or so, and again, thinking about career, you want to avoid being pigeonholed. I sort of accept my pigeonholing. It's a comfortable, creative pigeonhole where it's a lot of fun. The majority of my time is spent working on brand enforcement issues, identifying, and typically we are, thankfully, mostly plaintiff side. So we're looking to enforce our rights against folks who would dare go up and infringe our marks or counterfeit them. So a lot of what we do is sort of investigation-based, sort of identifying targets, strategizing as to how to kind of move against them in different ways. But we also get involved in things like collaborations, and we've done some interesting ones over the past few years with Nike, and I do work for some of the other LVMH brands like the Dior Nike one as well. We get sort of pulled into different things at the general counsel's office on real estate issues, like if you've been to the so-called temporary store on 57th Street for LV, which is going to be there for a while. There's these giant, 4-story, 5-story towers of trunks in there, and that was something that was actually kicked over to the IP department to handle. We just did it kind of treated like an art commission agreement. Royalty-free license to the manufacturer, the fabricator. They built it, they put it up. They're responsible when it falls and kills people. That's not going to happen. Just sort of getting involved in interesting and creative things like that has always kind of been fun, and it's fun to work for a company that they're always looking to sort of push the boundaries and kind of do something in a new and creative way, and kind of helping them to sort of achieve those goals is been rewarding.
And we far prefer the Trump Towers to the Trump Towers next door, do we not? Again, I should probably not say that when I'm being recorded.
We'll be at the Gulag next year doing this symposium. You can see us there. We'll zoom in. Don't worry.
More than likely. So John, that's the broad sense of what you do. And I actually think that your hourglass is branching into so much education, the formal version as Professor Maltby, but also so much that you do in terms of speaking and so forth.
It makes me feel better now.
I am. But what makes you feel much better, of course, is figuring out what you can protect. So let's talk a little bit about what in IP is protectable before we move on to some of the difficulties.
Yeah. So, I mean, we talk about, and again, feel like we can go blue. Is that so you feel like Danny Glover in Lethal Weapon? I'm getting too old for this shit, where we're just, it's the same old stuff kind of coming, being repackaged on the infringement side, where now it's sort of dupe culture, but it was replicas and whatever it was 5 years ago. And, again, we're lawyers, we're sort of trained to analogize. So, as the law doesn't sort of keep up with technology or the times, we are trained to take today's fact pattern and sort of squeeze it into yesterday's law. And that's just something that we're good at. We're trained to do that, and kind of figuring out, the tools to sort of attack today's problems. And for IP, typically it's really kind of two questions that you need to ask yourself is one, what do we have that is protectable? Like, what is it we can claim do we own? What's proprietary to us? And sort of a second, oftentimes fuzzier question is, is that enforceable? Is it worth it to enforce? Is it risky to enforce? Just having sort of the protection and sitting on it, is that worthwhile? Does it scare people off? But really, those are kind of the two questions that we are, at least in my office, are kind of asking ourselves pretty much every day. Do we have something here, and what can we do with it in order to protect the company and protect the company's rights?
And that's the perfect note on which to pass the mic down. Well, virtually pass the mic down. You've got your own to Diane, right? Because you focused a bit on the shift in what we call these things, right? From counterfeits and knockoffs to replicas to dupes, and the conversation we're having right now around dupe culture, which, and I think part of the conversation is just that, and the reason why dupe culture has been a little bit sticky is really in the nomenclature, right? If I bought a pair of adorable twin chihuahuas, I could name them rep and dupe, and that would be charming. I would probably not call them counterfeit and infringement. That would not be as charming. So what's going on in the world right now?
Sure. And maybe too, just to back up to make sure everybody understands. In the beginning, what was said was that it's very hard with fashion and where does it fit? But there are avenues to try to get fashion protected. And it's frustrating because when you see certain things, that that's Chanel or that's Prada or was going down the runway. And then you go into Zara and H&M and all of a sudden they've got clothing that looks just like what you saw on the runway. And the problem is that you can't, because fashion is functional, it is difficult to try to get a copyright on it. The standard is that you have to imagine whatever you're trying to protect being not on that article of clothing, and could that stand as something? So for example, I was able to get a trademark registration for Chloe's Nama sneaker. And I don't know if you know that, but it's got kind of this colorful checkered pattern and it's got ridges on the side. So we had a two-dimensional mark where we said you can see the pattern on the side off is artwork, and then the other part of it is a sculpture. So it's like, I loved what you just said, John, about having facts that you need to squeeze into old law. I've never heard that expression, and I think it's great. And I think that that's what you do when you're looking at fashion, like what can I squeeze this into? And there are some things like your Burberry, design here. This is a trademark, and they were able to do that. And part of that is because when you see this, you know that it's Burberry, so you can have secondary meaning in it. But you've got the barber check, which I think is quite close to yours, and so there's a limit with how much you can, with sort of what the fences around, and a lot of times brand owners try to go up to where is that fence, and then they keep enforcing until they know where that fence is. But there's other things too, like John's brand is able to get the texture of their bag is a trademark. You're able to get sometimes the buckle or the clasp on a handbag, but it's tough to just say like the hemline is something that should be protectable. So that's what makes it tough when we go to enforce. And a lot of times what I am trying to do is I have a client who didn't think ahead and try to register something. and where maybe I could have done something cute and gotten a copyright registration for it. So now I've got something and a copyright registration is the best because there's no innocent infringement, there's statutory damages. You can, as long as all you have to show is substantial similarity in access. So it's a great sword to have. But oftentimes I don't have that because they don't know that this, shoe design, say, is going to be a total trend. And everybody is going to want to have shoes that look just like this. So a lot of times it comes to me when they're like, we need to stop, Steve Madden and everyone else who's using my shoe design. And I'm like, oh, okay, what do I got? And then you sort of try to enforce it by coming up with how can I make this a trade dress and what elements can I say are distinctive and are known to the client. And with the notion of dupes, so the difference between a dupe and a counterfeit is illegal. So a counterfeit is when you take a Louis Vuitton bag and you mimic it entirely and you have a serial number inside and you sell it on the street so that, when people walk with it, people think that it's actually a Louis Vuitton. That's illegal. That's very bad. A dupe now is, I'm inspired by was one of the old words, and like how close can I come without stepping over the line? So a lot of times with the dupes, you'll see on the website of the junior maker, somebody will say, oh my God, Burberry is going to flip out when they see this. But that person's not confused. And that's the thing with trademark law. It's not to protect the Louis Vuittons or the Burberrys. It's to protect you. It's to protect the consumers from being confused. So that's the standard. So if you're looking on, if you're in Zara and you know that this is not a Burberry coat, but you're like, wow, this looks just like it, it's so similar. That's the problem that the brands face is, and I think that's the problem with these dupes is what are we using to try to enforce, because there isn't, confusion at the point of sale. So sort of post-sale confusion, I think, is where we're going to be going. So it's more of when I'm now walking down, the street with my dupe Burberry jacket, and when you see it, you then think that it's a real Burberry jacket. And that hurts the brand because the buttons are not, up and tied, really tight or sewn really tightly. They're sort of drooping. So now you're thinking, wow, Burberry doesn't really make a great bag. So, to me, that may be the direction, that we're going in. Unfair competition, unfair competition today, when you sue, the courts always say, well, it's the same factors as trademark infringement. So we're just going to analyze, if we're in New York, the Polaroid factors. And, unfair competition is for when you don't have a registered mark. So you get the same benefits of being able to enforce it in federal court. And the courts now sort of gotten lazy through the years, I think, and just apply the same factors.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, 100 years ago, there's great case law from 100 years ago where they would say you cannot benefit from the fruits of the labor of somebody else. That's what unfair competition is supposed to be. So I think that that's the direction to go through, and the way to kind of combat these dupes is to really try to say to the courts, let's go back to 100 years ago and that precedent, because we can, like John said, we can take the facts of the dupe and squeeze it into that law.
Yeah, I was just going to. I think attorneys bear some of the blame as well, because when you're writing your brief or your summary judgment motion, it's like, okay, this is why we went on trademark infringement. I've got a paragraph now to do my New York State unfair competition. It's just the same. So just if we win that, we win everything. And as a result, all of this law that existed has all been collapsed into this single test. So you could have 5 claims and it's all the same test. It's likely to confusion, which I think is wrong. I think that and it's sort of, to me, that one of the frustrations is we end up focusing so much on, can the brand owner stop the individual or the company or whoever it is, the alleged infringer, from doing this? And I think the real question should be, why do we think the alleged infringers should be allowed to do this? Like, they're choosing colors, they're choosing bottle shapes, they're choosing fonts, they're choosing a product category for specific reasons that tie into, in many cases, a much larger, much more famous brand. And we don't look at their motivations as much as we look at the brand owner and saying, well, they're overreaching, or they're being a bully, or they're trying to kind of stifle competition. When in fact, there are reasons why these alleged infringers are making these choices in order to free ride and to sort of surf on the reputations and the work that's been put in by these more established brands.
That ties back to Diane's point about current jurisprudence in the area, focusing always on the likelihood of consumer confusion, always on protecting the consumer, whereas really it's two sides of a coin, right? It's protecting the goodwill of the company and also, or the brand, and also protecting the consumer simultaneously, or it should be, but we keep forgetting that. We keep giving away half of the argument in many ways, or the courts don't get to the other half of the argument. But that question about the value of the brand, the Lockean labor theory, the work that we put into the brand that is just taken away, goes a lot to what Claudine does, right? In terms of, all right, so what's the brand worth, and what does copying do to the worth of that brand?
Yeah, so all of the things that the panelists so far have talked about are considerations that buyers have to address when they're going to buy a brand. So I've had a lot of representations of, larger established brands, and they're buying something that's up and coming and it's so exciting and it's, the hottest thing on TikTok and Instagram. And, you have very seasoned professional IP lawyers, in-house folks, like two of our panelists here. Maybe there's great IP litigation counsel, and you start doing your diligence as the buyer. You have some limitations. One, there's sort of only so much you can do from that perspective, but it's also trying to identify, where's the value coming from? Is it because it's like a superstar designer and it's that person's personality? And is the brand that person's name? And does that person even have an agreement with their company? And what are you going to do with that? Is this a flash in the pan kind of brand that isn't going to last? But looking at the protection and seeing what it has, does it have design patents? Does it have something that will last, that you can enforce? Or, as we've seen, and I've seen this in a lot of transactions in the past few years, especially coming out of COVID, with styles being, going to athleisure, right? We used to call it yoga pants, but now it's become like a style, right? But one of the features of that is that it's simple, it's clear lines, it's solid colors. These are not things, I have clients, the in-house folks come to me and say, my CEO is adamant, we've got to go stop, look at this. They are copying, it's 100% the same, but what's 100% the same is something that is not protectable. So then where's the piece that you can protect? And one of the significant things in a transactional context is you're doing the diligence and assessing the brand where it is at that moment in time. But the reason that you're doing the transaction, you want to see if there's current value, but where can you take it? Where are you going to be able to build it up? Are you wanting to make it more international? Has there been any attention paid to what's going on internationally? We didn't talk about, something you all have heard, and it's been around and is still around, but are there like a bunch of third parties out there that have already registered your mark in the key jurisdiction that you're going to want to expand into? So your searches from a diligence perspective might be more than what the brand was doing to protect itself, because it was looking at its current market. Are you extending into other categories? If it's a fashion brand, but you wanted to have all the brand extension licenses, right? You want to launch beauty and cosmetics, right? All these natural pieces of a larger brand. Well, what does that landscape look like? And is that going to be, another area that you can go into and actually have protection? So all of these issues, come up in that context, and often there are situations where, you're buying a brand where there is some litigation going on. So you also have to take into account, and litigation is long, deals happen quickly, right? And especially these days, like deals, I have a transaction that came in yesterday, and it's a 30-day exclusivity and we're already 3 days in and we don't have access to any information. And the seller has said, it doesn't matter if this is not done in this amount of time, the deal ends. How are you going to, in that time, assess, right? Like if Dan's on a litigation matter, like I need to have a long conversation with her, right, to assess that. And you've got no time to do it. So you also have a real time factor that goes into assessing all these complexities and doing that risk analysis.
And have you seen deals fall through because the brands are just over copied, over counterfeited, overexposed, or the licenses are tied up in ways that are inaccessible?
It's more what I've seen, it goes to value, where purchase price will go down. And we've had many situations where, particularly around the licenses, if the licenses are not favorable, actually, I hesitated to answer that, but I just had a deal die last month where the brand had a license that was just so problematic, it wasn't going to support the valuation because of rights that had been given away, and it killed the deal.
Ask you about the valuation. Do you do it in-house, or do you send that out to like a FTE or something to value a trademark?
So for brand valuation, it's interesting. We don't, even in the M&A context, like we aren't the ones that go and put like a dollar value on it, right? The clients will sometimes do that, but it's more that they're valuing the whole business. When you're really dealing with, you know, a trademark valuation, or one of the things that came up in our call that someone's talked about, because, you know, you now have companies that all they do is own a brand and have no operations. And you do have lots of folks and who do just pure valuation now, who my understanding is really came out of being experts in litigation, like the Ocean Tomos of the world. They have a whole aspect of their business now that is doing, you know, all these like royalty or hypothetical royalty analysis to say, yes, this brand as an asset on its own is worth X. And that's something that is actually a more and more common trend as brands on their own basis, without operations, without employees, without an infrastructure, are being bought and sold.
Time and timing, such a significant factor in all of this, right? So Diane mentioned the timing of getting trade dress protection, right? You need to find the sweet spot when it's recognizable but not overly copied. The question of the valuation of a brand over the course of its life cycle, right? When it's brand new, when it has grown to be of international stature, and then when it is dying, right? When it is at the end of its life cycle but still has value and can be squeezed out, still the questions of IP matter the whole way through, just in different ways, which I find absolutely fascinating listening to you all. Do you have questions for each other? Because I am going to open this early to the audience if we can.
So, well, no, I just was going to bring up in terms of sort of trying to, that becomes a litigation question from time to time, because in Gucci versus Guess, which is a case that I worked on, where we sort of had our counterfeiting claim, we had a disgorgement of profits claim, but we also had a sort of royalty theory. And it was kind of what would it cost for a brand that never licensed it to perfume, that's about it, that doesn't really license its house mark to a company like Guess to put it on wallets and belts and bags, which is the core business. So it's this weird sort of like, how do we create a scenario where, you know, we're going to put a number on something that we would never do? And it gets a little weird. And you sort of, obviously, you know, on the plaintiff side, you're looking to sort of come up with as big a number as possible, with some relationship to reality, but you're shooting, you know, you're shooting for the stars. And I guess, how do you kind of deal with all of that?
I mean, honestly, it's not what, luckily it's not what I do. And some of it seems to me very hypothetical, because the other thing that we see, and I don't know if this would be interesting to anyone in the room, but, you know, we live in a world where there's so many different ways to raise capital, and, you know, turning what would have been debt now is packaged up as equity. And so often a lot of transactions I've done in the past several years are really IP as collateral or as the asset behind an investment. And that's when the valuation people come in and say, like, what's the value, particularly of like a set of patents? But it's an operating company that has absolutely no intention to go license its patents to its competitors. Like, that would be antithetical to its entire business, but those patents get valued by looking at what could you charge. So basically, if you turned yourself into a patent holding company, we'll use the gentle, a non-practicing entity, what would that value be, even though that's not what your business is? But that's on the theory that if everything goes south, they don't pay back the loan, you wouldn't take the operations, you just take the patents, and then you'd go license them out.
And I mean, I guess in terms of you're looking at sort of a dead or dying brand, or the Joe Boxers, the Ocean Pacifics of the world that have some residual goodwill. Where does sort of, I guess, nostalgia hit the road when it comes to abandonment? And how do you sort of figure that out? I mean, is there anything there if you're looking at a brand that hasn't been sort of on the market? I've had situations where investors bought a brand which had been on the operating table, resuscitated several times, and the newest owner came on, thought, okay, we're going to do it right this time, and they started sending out like basically enforcement letters against people who are using similar marks. And I met with them, and I'm like, you made a terrible investment. Like, it's you don't have the rights that you think you have. You spent money that you shouldn't have spent.
Yeah.
And he was upset with me. But it was sort of, if you want to have this fight, we'll have this fight. But I think at the end of the day, we're gonna come out on top. But it's just an interesting, working with those kinds of guys, like garment district guys, where like, I used to have a client or work with a client who's like, give me, the last 20 abandoned trademarks in class 25. And he would sort of take a look at them and see, is there any brands out there that we kind of want to take a flyer on? Yeah. And, Iconics of the world, Authentic Brands Group of the world, they've kind of, done amazing with, Saks and Barney's and just buying IP out of distressed situations. It's really kind of interesting.
Yeah, exactly. Most of those, I think, are ones that there's still enough use and are known, right? The ones that are really dormant, those are, a lot of that goes to the diligence, and the ones that I've had in that space, a lot of the reason for doing that deal, honestly, when you said nostalgia, it's there's some business person or CEO, they have nostalgia for another brand, and they feel like, okay, let me see what I can do with it. Yeah.
A very soft thing to try to quantify.
Yeah. There's a lot of emotion. It's the thing, like, I feel like in the more senior I've gotten, the more like I'm advising, like advising a board or something. And people just are ready, like, but this is an emotional issue. Like, there's a lot of emotion, which is something that I find very interesting about how business people actually talk about it when it comes to this, because there's something about, you put on a certain brand, you put on your jacket, and what makes you feel a certain way, right? There's so much feeling in this space, and it actually carries over into the deal context, because people will really want a brand, not just, even if they say, well, we'll up the purchase price, even if it's more than what they thought, because they want it. They want to be associated with it. They want to be in community with people who love the same attributes of the brand. So it's interesting how soft it is. It's not all about revenue.
That question of emotion also goes to what Amanda was saying about saturation, right? And if something gets oversaturated with the real thing or not the real thing, that becomes really problematic. But Diane, you're about to speak.
I was going to say that the other hat that I wear, besides being a litigator, I'm also a counselor. So I'll help people decide what the name of their company is going to be, or the name of their new bag is going to be. And I work with a lot of startups, and more of them are now like 30 years younger than me and all into AI. It's horrible for me personally, but in either event, there's so many times when they come to me and they come to me too late, where they've already completely fallen in love with the name. Mm-hmm. And I always wish that my referral source is this, law firm out in Silicon Valley. And I always wish they would send them over to me the moment that they walk in the door, because they suddenly, they got their Delaware incorporation and everything else. And then I say to them, you can't use this mark. It's too close to somebody else's mark. And I think that is the thing about trademarks, is that they become, and that's what goodwill is, right? It's like this feeling that you get and the value that you attribute to it. And they oftentimes, I'm in these conversations with them saying, look, it's a business decision if you think this risk is manageable. As your lawyer, all I can tell you is that there's a high chance you're going to get a cease and desist letter. So why not just start now and investing in something that you don't need to be looking in your rear view mirror the entire time?
And I'm sure that Amanda and John, you deal with that to an extent, not so much with the names of the primary names of your brands, but with style names and so forth.
Sure, absolutely. And even with a heritage brand, the product design team, the creative teams, they're always creating, they're always coming up with new designs and new products and new ways to portray the messaging. And, certainly as, the role for legal and brand protection is, as John said earlier, what here is protectable. And, a creative team may be very excited to see a new design go down the runway and we want to start putting it on all sorts of things. But, we have to make sure that those designs are protectable and that we are able to enforce our intellectual property rights. And so that's always an interesting aspect, I think, from the in-house world. And it does tie in nicely to the fact that design and creative and trademarks, it is quite emotional. And it does resonate with people and it's part of the storytelling. And for luxury fashion, so much of what we do is about the storytelling. So.
Yeah, I would say, I think we've been doing fragrance for about 7 years now. And when that sort of was introduced at LV, I'm like, it's about to get bananas in here. Because, fragrance is, from an IP perspective, is kind of like the Wild West. I mean, it's not so much about your main brand, although that's important. It's all about sort of flankers and additions and sort of variations and your spring collection. It's sort of, so you end up in this sort of endless cycle of trademark searching in class 3, and Cody owns everything. And it's sort of working around kind of the giants out there who are like, okay, what makes sense for us? We use a lot of French terminology, so we have to be aware of doctrine of foreign equivalents and all sorts of other things. But it's a very, very crowded area because you're describing scents and you're kind of trying to put words to vibes. And it's interesting, it's fun, but it's something that kind of you need to really kind of work with your client a lot on to sort of get it right.
As it kind of brings us back around to the beginning where we said one of our weaknesses is that we always have to come back to trademark because the stuff is much harder to protect. Now, when I said questions, there was a hand that went up immediately, the gentleman right here. So why don't we go to questions and send a microphone over this way?
I'm curious about dresses and attire, particularly something that's clearly noticeable, like an Alexander McQueen dress or something. Are something like that trademark protected? And can H&M basically take that exact same design and then just put an H&M label on it and move forward without any issue?
Oftentimes, yes. Because oftentimes, yes. So that would be trade dress because it's the design of something. So trade dress protects two things, either packaging or design. So like Tiffany has a trade dress in a little blue box with a white ribbon on it, and that's packaging. For a design of something, so let's say design of my phone, you need to show secondary meaning. And one thing about trademarks is that they can't be functional. So that's why it's hard to translate trade dress to an article of clothing, because a dress by its very nature is functional because it's keeping you from everybody seeing you. So, and that's oftentimes why it's very hard to be able to you have to isolate a part of it that you can claim is is not, it's not necessary to be there because it's not functional. But with trademarks too, it can't be ornamental. So it can't just be something painted across the chest of a shirt or a dress. So oftentimes for fashion, it's very tough to get trade dress protection for clothing. You can get it for bags, you can get it for patterns for scarves, you can get it for texture, but it's, that's why you often look to copyright. And then we go back to the standard that I had said before, where you then again, it cannot be with copyright also, it can't be functional. Because then that's the world of utility patents. Because there's patents, there's trademarks, and there's copyright. And for patents, you mentioned design patents, and design patents are where you can oftentimes get certain things like the shape of a bag. And then after you've got a bag out or a shoe, and after you've had that in the market, when your patent expires, because the life of a patent is very short, because you want to encourage competition and creativity and innovation. So once that patent expires, you can then take a design patent and move it over to the trademark office and say, I've got secondary meaning now. I've been the exclusive user of this design for a number of years. And when everybody sees it now, they know that it's me. But yeah, it's just what, fashion designers bang their heads against the wall, because it's really tough to protect fashion with the three kind of pillars of IP law.
To add to that briefly, that's the United States law answer. Right? So exactly 20 years ago this year, I was sitting in Congress and the industry has been trying to change this in the US for over a century. So this is just the most recent wave of attempts to change this, trying to explain that, but in Europe, that same elaborate, complicated McQueen dress would have protection, right? We just don't have it here, and we haven't caught up.
And you mentioned McQueen, and there was a case I worked on years ago where McQueen had probably the coolest shoe I've ever seen. It was a woman's high heel shoe that was a miniature perfecto leather, like a motorcycle jacket, but in shoe form. And again, it was shortly thereafter, copied by Steve Madden, who did a near, stitch for stitch copy. Although I don't like those terms. But we sort of had to say, well, do people recognize this design as being associated with McQueen? We didn't have a tremendous amount of sales in the US. We had, our best piece of evidence was the fact that Rihanna wore these shoes, and she was sort of shown everywhere across, as seen on, or here's Rihanna wearing these shoes at a red carpet event. And we sort of hung our hat on that, plus the incredible bad faith of Madden sort of slavishly copying the shoe was enough to sort of get them to the negotiating table and get them to at least stop and maybe pay us some money. But that was sort of, a kind of a unique situation where we certainly had a big name celebrity wearing the shoe at a certain time that was captured, and it was very helpful for us to establish people will recognize this shoe and associate it with McQueen.
Creating that secondary meaning. Perfect. Yes, Beth.
Hi, thank you for the information. It strikes me that brands spend an inordinate amount of time trying to be appreciated and, dare I say, coveted. And then suddenly we had the rise of the influencers who drove a dupe culture cool factor. And so now, as a certain part of the audience who used to be considered aspirational, I think, that has transitioned to favoring dupes, and that's a thing. How do you capitalize on that? How do you pivot? Do you drive more things that you hope will be captured in that spirit, or do you turn away from it entirely?
Well, I think that's a very interesting question. And we were actually just looking at an article earlier today that came out in Law 360 that said in 2016, the devil wore Prada, and in 2026, the devil wore a dupe. And so the rise of dupe culture is definitely something that brands and certainly luxury brands have to deal with. And the prevalence through an increase in social media, and in particular TikTok. I mean, it used to be, even if there was an imitation or a replica, it wasn't so hard, it wasn't so easy to find. And now there's a link, right in the TikTok profile that will take you exactly to Amazon or wherever else where someone can get the dupe. I think brands have, certainly luxury brands, are looking to protect the design and the creative and the exclusivity that makes our products special, and honing in on really the manufacturing detail, the quality. I mean, that's what's so important and sets luxury fashion apart. I did find it so interesting that I heard the chief brand officer from Lululemon, and I know you had mentioned yoga pants earlier. There are some brands, certainly, luxury in their world, not something that we would consider necessarily, high luxury, but they've really leaned into dupe culture because it's something that's not likely going to go away. And that's much less of a legal strategy and much more of a marketing and business tactic, which again, as in-house, we deal with all the time. Certainly we are advising on legal risk, but we also have to wear our business hat and try to determine what's best for the brand. And in that particular case, they decided to do a dupe swap, and they invited people to bring in their Lululemon dupes and exchange them for the real product, I think hoping to show the difference in the quality of their product and eventually increase their market share. People will go to the real thing instead of the dupe. So I think different brands and where they're positioned in the marketplace will take different approaches, and it's still on the rise. So it's very interesting to see where this will go.
Lululemon has also more recently trademarked the term Lululemon dupe. Now, we don't know what they'll do with it yet. It's still an intent to use, but we are looking for something equally clever as the dupe.
The issue is if they had to disclaim dupe or not.
They did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They did, but then it was fought by.
Then it was fought.
Ritzy is fighting.
Ritzy is fighting it.
Yeah. Yeah. There's so much we could talk about in that strategy.
I think we have time for, I'm getting the indication that we have time for about one more question. So yes.
This is somewhat related to dupe culture, but I saw an article online, so take it with a grain of salt, that consumers feel a lot more comfortable purchasing dupes for cosmetics than they do for clothes or fashion. Do you think that there's a legal reason or explanation for this?
I think that's insane. I mean, I just do. I mean, it's like cosmetics have got to follow all sorts of regulations, and these dupes, especially in the world of cosmetics. I mean, I represent a lot of beauty brands, and whenever I'm trying to clear, a new mascara or a lipstick or a lotion for them, it's not the federal registrations that I'm worried about. It's when I get to the web common law section, I'm like, oh my God, like every mom and pop shop out there is making, skin creams or cosmetics and lip glosses. And now, this major brand can't use it because they may even just sue them for opportunist reasons, even though there's no likelihood of confusion. But I think that's crazy, that cosmetics, I've not heard that's the biggest dupe. I would think clothing is. And if I would caution all of you to buy any kind of lip gloss that you get that's a dupe of a Chanel, lip gloss. I would say spend the $40 on the Chanel lip gloss, so you're not going to the hospital with like blown up lips.
To the extent that is true, I think it's also partly because when you buy clothing or accessories, you carry them, you wear them, you show them off. When it's a cosmetic or personal care product, unless you are sort of an old-fashioned, open the compact and powder your nose at the table or something, you're not showing it off. It stays in your vanity, in your bathroom. Nobody sees it. So to the extent that people still have shame in this regard, and it's declining rapidly, that may be part of the story. You can hide those dupes a little bit.
At risk of making this linger, there is a super interesting issue that around the IP protection in cosmetics and beauty that you don't have elsewhere, because there's a formula. And the trend has been that it's only the really big places, the L'Oreals, the Estés, that own their formula, even though there are chassis. We won't get into fragrances and the fragrance houses. I will leave that. And John could probably do that much, much better than I can. But you have the rise of so many smaller cosmetic brands, right? People coming out with, this is vegan, this is made from, I got all of this salt that's in this product from, this one rock in, the Bay Area, whatever, things that are super, super niche. And then they're exploding online with these brands. And then the bigger houses, right, the bigger beauty and cosmetics brands want to bring in those smaller brands. But those smaller brands don't do their own manufacturing and they don't own those formulas. And what you're seeing is certainly in the deal space is the big beauty brands want to own those because they then want to be able, not just there's all the regulatory stuff for the claims, but also from the marketing to be able to claim this is proprietary. This only belongs to me, so that you as the consumer feel a loyalty to that specific brand. And they also have assurance that that base formula or core formula isn't going to be used in lots of other things, because the manufacturing houses that own those and that do the bulk of it, they'll give you an expression that's your exact version of that with your exact fragrance, but then they'll make one small tweak to that formula and that'll be a different brand. So that's something that was preparing a smaller brand for a sale, and the brand name, the trademark was fine. No one was really fussed about that. But the bankers came to me really early, came to us and said, do a full sell side review, make sure that they own or control every drop of their formulas. And we spent months, we could only get so far in terms of how much we could protect, because that was going to drive, again, this was the banker saying, that will drive the sale price, the purchase price that we're going to be able to command.
Claudine's answer leads into my final question for the panel. Right, we have opened a Pandora's box of horribles and shared them with you, but maybe there's a little bit of hope at the bottom of that box. What is your hope for the future of IP protection and fashion? What's working right now? What's growing? What can we lean on?
Me?
Sure.
So I'm heartened by hearing from Diane. We were actually law school classmates. We graduated 10 years ago, and it's heartening to hear her sort of echo something that I've been sort of muttering to myself in the rubber room for a while. Is that we do need to do something about sort of this unused, vast, tundra of unfair competition that sort of has gone by the wayside. There's an article by Christine Fairley called, I think, the U.S. has forgotten unfair competition law. And she raises some interesting things, one of which is that the Lanham Act was built really to sort of incorporate international trademark law sort of through a side door. And one of the things I've been thinking about is there a way to sort of incorporate the European law of parasitism, which does sort of do more on that sort of free riding aspect and protects brands through that. I think there was an attempt to do that in the U.S. through dilution law, but that sort of got sort of waylaid and taken down a dark alleyway and beaten to death. But I think that we do need to do more to sort of expand the tools that brand owners have. People are probably not pleased to hear that, but I think that unfair competition is a very interesting prospect for sort of expanding brand protection.
I echo what John just said. I mean, but no, it's just interesting just to throw it out there. We've got these two big brands, and we've been just sort of trashing all of the fashion forwards. But there is something to be said about affordability and about being able to wear something that does look similar to or is inspired by a big brand. And there's something to be said about competition. So I just feel like somebody's got to say what the other principles are and the other arguments that we get back. But look, I just hope that maybe one day we'll get a Congress in that we can just pass a real comprehensive fashion law statute, because
a law.
Yeah, exactly. A law that recognizes that the fashion really should be protected, because I think that these designers are so creative and they come up with these amazing, beautiful creations, and they should have the right to own that and to license it, license it to a Zara to make a more price, accessible version of it. And I think a lot of brands are starting to do that, right? Like you saw, 10 years ago, all of a sudden Isaac Mizrahi was in Target. So I think that some brands are starting to, I don't think we're ever going to see Louis Vuitton in Target or Costco, unless it's a counterfeit. But I do think that some of the fashion designers, you are starting to see them, they're creating a second line, a brand line that is more affordable. So I think that that's hopeful, so that people can say that they own a Valentino something, but it's a sub brand of Valentino. You're not going to get the studs on your high heels, but you get something else with the V in a circle, and it's a less expensive, purse or something.
On the legislation point, from your lips to Chuck Schumer's ears. Amanda.
I think these are all interesting points. It certainly keeps me very busy on a daily basis, as I'm sure all of us are in the same boat. But yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I have anything further to add on that, other than, we continue to do what we can to protect our marks and to enforce our intellectual property rights. And we'll see where dupe culture goes. And maybe somebody is purchasing a duplicate today, but it's an entryway into the real thing tomorrow. We can only hope. But it certainly keeps certain brands relevant, and it keeps it interesting.
And you're right, it keeps us busy.
Yes.
Claudine.
I actually think this point about the unfair competition in the Lanham Act and listening to the two of you is like really so intriguing. I'm going to actually do some reading up this weekend.
Become a litigator again.
No, well, I was saying today, I still have to read some cases and I fall behind, but luckily there are so many great. I mean, what I'm very happy about is like the legal publications in this space. The legal is like night and day from what it was even 5 years ago. Like in terms of the resource, like I can't even keep up anymore. And I guess the thing that I'm hopeful about or feel positive about is that I know not everyone in here is a law student, but that there's a generation coming up that cares about these issues and cares about protecting creativity and having a culture where that is valued, and that expression and self-expression. And so I think with that has come, with that TikTok culture has come dupes, but it's also come with this huge rise of so many people having access to tools that allow them to express their creativity in a way that we can all participate in. And I think that's the positive side of where we are. And hopefully we can tamp down the negatives and focus on the joy of that creative expression.
Yes, and so we leave it in your hands. We're sorry you couldn't see our shoes, but we're happy that you were here with us. And thank you all so very much. And thanks for being on our panel.
That was really fun. Yeah. Yeah.
You all were. Thank you all again for being here with us today and for your support of the Intellectual Property, Media, and Entertainment Law Journal. A special thanks again to the Symposium Committee, Kelly, Kate, Colby, Jesse, Natalia, Edward, Federico, and Judy, to Chanel Holly, Morgan Benedict, Sophie Ashley, Daniela Camacho, and our sponsors, Paul Wythe and Seafarth Shaw. We appreciate everyone who contributes to and engages with our journal, and we look forward to continuing these important conversations. Immediately after this, we'll invite you, the fun part, we'll invite you to Tanner Smith's. It's on 55th Street and 7th Avenue to celebrate. And you can either enter through the stairwell outside, or if you just walk into the entrance and say you're with Fordham, they'll direct you to us. Have a great evening, and I hope to see you all there. Thank you.